Okay, so again, welcome everyone officially to the evening session of day 31, I believe, of the Model Letting Go course. So we're going to have a look tonight at your text reading for tonight, which is called the Rewards of God, section 6 of chapter 2. So without further ado, let's share my screen. Okay, so who wants to kick it off with paragraph 1?
I don't mind doing that. Haven't done any for a while.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
The ego does not recognize the real source of threat, and if you associate yourself with the ego, you do not understand the situation as it is. Only your
Let's do the translation.
Okay. The separate self does not recognize the real source of threat, and if you associate yourself with the separate self, you do not understand the situation as it is.
Yeah, we need to change that comma. That's the alternative punctuation. Well, that goes outside.
Okay.
We'll understand the situation as it is. Maybe we make that the belief in separation. Belief in separation. Real source of threat. If you associate yourself, separate self, you do not understand the situation as it is.
I don't know whether it kind of belief recognize. It doesn't quite ring true to me. The separate self is an entity.
You think that's better?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Separate self does not recognize. Okay. Only your you want to carry on?
Only your allegiance to it gives the ego any power over you. Only your allegiance to it gives the separate self any power over you. That seems fine.
Mm-hmm.
Spoken
of the ego.
I have spoken of the ego as if it were a separate thing acting on its own. I've spoken of the separate self as if it were a separate thing acting on its own. This was necessary to persuade you that you cannot dismiss it lightly and must realize how much of your thinking is ego-directed. Yes, is self-directed. Okay, that seems fine.
Self-directed rather than ego-directed, should we say?
Yeah. 5. We cannot safely let it go at that, however, or you will regard yourself as necessarily conflicted as long as you are here, or as long as you believe that you are here. However, we cannot safely let it go at that, or you will regard yourself as necessarily conflicted as long as you are here, or as long as you believe that you are here.
Okay, so what's he saying there? So we must look deeper. So we must be vigilant of the ego. Must realize how much your thinking is ego-directed, and we cannot safely let it go at that. Regard yourself as necessarily conflicted. So we're going to go deeper.
Good, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
So the ego is nothing more than a part of your belief about yourself. Seems pretty clear. The separate self is nothing more than a part of your belief about yourself. Okay, that's fine. So 7, I can't see the original, but
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much
I
the
don't
same.
know. Your other life has continued without interruption and has been and always will be totally unaffected by your attempts to dissociate it. Your other life has continued without interruption. It has been and always will be totally unaffected by your attempts to dissociate it. Okay, so presumably the other life is the life with God.
Yeah, eternal life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should make that a capital L. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Other life. It's continued without interruption and has been and always will be totally unaffected by attempts to dissociate it. And so it's kind of continuing on there, but it's blocked from your awareness. You can't be aware of it. You're stuck in the separate self. It blocks that out. Okay, so let's just summarize this. Personalize it, summarize it, and then I'll ask you. So my separate self does not recognize the real source of threat. And if
I associate myself.
I associate myself with my separate self. I do not, or I will not. I do not understand. Do not, I suppose, present tense.
Yeah.
Do not understand the situation as it is. Only
my allegiance to it gives the separate self any power over me. I have spoken. What are we going to have for that I?
Yeshua has spoken.
Yeshua has spoken. A separate self, as if it were a separate thing acting on its own. This was necessary to persuade me. I cannot dismiss it lightly.
Maybe we can just take that out. Entirely. So
I quite like that bit though, because that's well, it's referring to the way he talks about the ego almost as if it's a separate entity of its own, a being of itself. And he explains that here why he does that. So I quite like that bit.
Separate thing acting on its own.
However, this was necessary to persuade me.
However, do we want however?
I don't know, it feels like it needs a link. I mean, not necessarily. This was necessary to persuade me or to persuade me not to dismiss it lightly and to realize how much
help me realize
how much of my thinking is I don't know about self-directed, because that can be quite good. Probably needs to be separate self-directed, doesn't it? Or ego-directed.
Yeah, well, small self, is self-directed.
Yeah. Self-directed is an expression of its own, isn't it? So it might confuse. Don't know.
How about it's directed by my separate self?
Yeah.
That's clear. change it up here as well. Here's okay, so however, however
Okay.
there, however, I cannot safely let it go at that, or I will regard myself as necessarily conflicted as long as I'm here. I will, how about, I will necessarily regard myself as conflicted as long as
Okay. I'm here.
I'm here.
As long as I believe.
As long as I, maybe we could just shorten it, as long as I believe I'm here.
Yeah, that's fine.
As long as I believe that I'm here.
Don't need to change it there, lady.
Yeah, I'm going, God off as necessary. You will necessarily regard yourself as conflicted. I think that's better. It's in a better place in the sentence there.
Okay.
Okay. I cannot safely let it go at that. I will necessarily regard myself conflicted as long as I believe that I'm here.
Okay.
My separate self.
Okay.
Nothing more
Something.
part of my belief about myself. There's nothing more. It's just maybe. It's just
Could we say my?
Hmm?
I'll say about my hidden belief, or my subconscious belief, or it's all that stuff that's deeply buried, isn't it? Or my buried belief, or beliefs
belief,
actually.
maybe.
Yeah.
More than a part of my deep belief about myself.
Yeah. Okay.
And subconscious belief.
Yeah. I mean, probably some of it might be conscious as well, but I think subconscious is good, isn't it?
Or my subconscious belief about myself. How the life has continued without interruption.
Yeah, and will always be totally unaffected by my attempts to dissociate from it, I think I would say.
Associated?
To dissociate from it,
Yeah.
do you think?
I think you just dissociate it. Let's see.
Okay.
You can what about the grammar of that? It's got a grammar check built in it. Usually picks up if it's not associate it, meaning. Dissociate yourself from something or someone. You say or show that you're not connected with them, usually in order to avoid trouble with the brain. Dissociate yourself from. So maybe we should say from. To dissociate from it.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to read that from the top in the personalized?
I'm just wondering why has it got threat in quote marks? What's that referring to?
It's not recognize the real source of threat. Yeah, okay. So the real source of so-called threat is spirit, is love in the ego's conception. Associate myself and my separate self. I do not understand the situation as it is. I think that's what he's referring to. does not recognize the real source of threat to it, or otherwise maybe. So threat could be referring to spirit and love, and so it's, you know, in inverted commas, because it's not really a threat. It just is perceived as a threat by the ego. Or it could be
we
a
put
separate
perceived
self.
threat in there, do you think?
Yeah, maybe. Always
Because
referring to the real source of threat. I think the inverted commas is telling. I think he means the spirit. You know, the supposed does not recognize the real source of supposed threat,
right, okay.
which would imply that that's spirit or love that he's talking about, because it's not really a threat. Love is not a threat except in the
Yeah.
ego's perception.
Okay.
The real source of supposed threat. You know? So I'll just put that in so it clarifies it.
Okay. And if
Does
I
there need a comma
associate
there? If I associate myself, comma there, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. And if I associate myself, my separate self,
If I maybe if I
and if
just
I
associate,
associate with my separate self,
better, yeah.
I do not what about I do not understand the truth of the situation, or
You understand the situation as it really is, maybe.
as it really is, yeah.
Yeah.
Only my allegiance to it gives me. Can we say only my allegiance to the separate self gives it any power over me? Only my allegiance to my set. We've got an extra it in there. Only my allegiance to my separate self gives it any power over me. Yeshua has spoken of the separate self as if it were a separate thing acting on its own. This was necessary to persuade me not to dismiss it lightly and to help me realize how much of my thinking is directed by my separate self. However, I cannot let it go at that, or I will necessarily regard myself as conflicted as long as I believe that I am here. My separate self is nothing more than a part of my subconscious belief. Nothing more than a part of my subconscious. It is the entirety, isn't it, of the subconscious belief about myself and my perceived world.
Because we also have the spirit is there as well. It's not the entirety of our mind.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's a split, you know, it's a split. It's a part of my belief. The other part of my mind, so my right mind, is not affected.
And that would still be a subconscious belief. Okay. My separate self is nothing more than a part of my subconscious belief about myself. My other life has continued without interruption and has been, let's take out, and has continued without interruption and will always be totally unaffected by my attempts to dissociate from it.
Maybe we could just say, how about short term? Will always.
Yeah, be.
Will always be. Totally. Because always implies the past as well.
Yeah.
Totally affected by my attempts to dissociate from it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what's he saying there in summary?
Leave it up for me so I can see it. I can't really see it.
Just in your own words, like what's he saying?
Okay. So I need to be able to see it. I can't remember it's other bit.
Oh, you got it there.
It keeps moving around. There we are. Okay. So my separate self perceives threats but doesn't recognize what's really going on. it's only my committed belief to the separate self that gives it any power over me. It's not actually a thing, and it's not actually a self. It's beliefs about deep-rooted subconscious beliefs about who I believe I am. And while I'm heavily invested in that belief system, there's another life that's going on uninterrupted that I'm dissociated from, because I'm so tied into the beliefs about who I believe I am and all the threats I believe I'm facing. Something like that.
Yeah. So like a false life we've got going on.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's the jabbering mind that believes it's real and it's got all this stuff to deal with. But actually, you know, with the exercise we've done over the last few days, when you drop back into that other space of pure formless awareness of perfect love, then you become aware of the real life, the true eternal life.
Yeah, other life is continuing without interruption. It's the you know, I am love presence.
Yeah.
Okay, happy with that. Any questions on that, anyone? So we're good with that. Good with that summary. Let's just whack that in here. Okay, who wants to do number 2?
Yeah, I can do that. In learning to escape from illusions, your debt to your brother is something you must never forget. The alternative, in learning to escape from illusions, your debt to your companion is something you must never forget. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same debt that you owe to me.
What do they mean by debt to your companion? Your debt to your companion.
Just make that your debt to everyone else. Is what he's saying. It's something you must never forget. It's the same debt you owe to me. So debt is
what?
well, that's your companion, your brother offers you the opportunity to see yourself in the mirror. You can know yourself through your brother.
Okay, yeah.
So they are who you are. If you perceive them correctly, and through unconditionally loving them, you remember who you are, and that helps you get home. And that's the debt. Through our holy relationships, we can go home. Okay, so next one is the same debt that you owe to me.
It is the same debt that you owe to me. It's the same. It's the same debt that you owe to me.
Yeah. Next one, whenever you act egotistically.
Whenever you act separate, selfistically.
Yeah, so self-tistically, whenever you act, how would we say, act, based on your separate self.
Egotistically, yeah, it's got it at the top there.
Based on your separate self towards another. Yeah, you're throwing the.
You are throwing away the graciousness of your indebtedness and the holy perception it would produce.
And holy, we translate as wholly aware. So the wholly aware perception.
Yeah. The term holy can be used here because as you learn how much you are indebted to the whole extension, which includes me, you come as close to knowledge as perception can.
So the term wholly aware.
It can be used here because as you learn how much you are indebted to the whole extension, which includes...
Well, actually, what do you think is a better translation of holy in this context? Could be innocent. What do you think?
Yeah.
The term holy can be used here. Term innocent. Comes close to knowledge as perception can. So knowledge and innocence are the same. It's the same domain. Perception can. The gap is then?
The gap is then so small that knowledge can easily flow across it and obliterate it forever.
Yeah, so it's bringing us just closer to from perception to knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's personalize that. And to escape from illusions. My debt to everyone. Maybe just everyone, yeah. My debt to everyone is something I must never forget. Same debt. I owe to Yeshua. I act. How about from my separate self? It's better, I think. From my separate self. Act from my separate self towards another. Does it work? I act from my separate self towards another.
Act from my separate self towards another.
I behave towards, maybe I behave towards another from my separate self. No, actually, I think I like based on my separate self. I'm not sure from me. Now I behave towards another based on my separate self. Happy with that? Jackie, how's that sound?
Well, I was just wondering whether sometimes actually to use ego is better. So whether just in that situation to use egotistically.
I found that too. I thought that was easier to understand.
Yeah. I act egotistically. Okay. I am throwing
Or
away the
egoically,
grace.
does that it's a slightly different connotation, doesn't it?
Egotistically, egoically. Is there any difference between egoically and egotistically?
Well, I would only say for me, egotistic sounds like somebody who's puffing themselves up, whereas we're talking about the ego in a broader sense. And for me, I don't know if it's right or not, but ego has that broader feel to it and less that puffed up superior. I mean, that may not be right, I don't know.
Whenever I act egoically, I'm throwing away the graciousness of my indebtedness. Innocent perception would produce, throwing away graciousness, throwing away the grace, graciousness, grace. Grace of my indebtedness, grace or graciousness. Is grace the same as graciousness? I'm gracious, gracious, grace is grace. Maybe we'll just keep it as it is.
Maybe the graciousness that comes, or the grace, or graciousness that comes from my indebtedness.
Cool. Yeah, because you'd be gracious. Like, oh, I'm really indebted to you. So graciousness comes from that. It comes from indebtedness, and the innocent perception it would produce. And the innocent perception it would produce. Yeah, okay. Or it does produce.
Produces.
Yeah. Okay. Term innocent can be used here. As you learn how much you're indebted to the whole extension, it includes me. Comes close to knowledge as perception can. Are you happy with that translation of holy to innocent? Maybe wholly aware, actually. Sort of playing with wholly aware perception, the term wholly aware. Can be used because as you learn how much you're indebted to the whole extension, which includes me. I don't think we need that. It comes close to knowledge as perception can. I come as I learn how much I am indebted to the whole extension. I come as close to knowledge as perception can. The gap is then so small, the knowledge can easily flow across it. And obliterate it, the gap forever. If I use obliterate, easily flow across it and remove it. Yeah, remove it rather than obliterate it.
Yeah, simple. Mhm.
Okay. So maybe just read that from the top again. I'm actually happy with it. Just then summarize what he's saying in your own words.
In learning to escape from illusions, my debt to everyone is something I must never forget. It is the same debt that I owe to Yeshua. Whenever I act egoically, I am throwing away the graciousness that comes from my indebtedness and the wholly aware perception it produces. The term wholly aware can be used here because as I learn how much I am indebted to the whole extension, I come as close to knowledge as perception can. The gap is then so small that knowledge can easily flow across it and remove it forever.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
Yeah, well, learning to escape from illusions. Well, just when you're acting egoically, you're throwing away your knowledge and your holy awareness and perception. It's a debt. I don't know that one.
I think the key point for me is that he's saying your brother is important. They can help you to find your way home.
Oh, I see.
And so you're indebted to them because as you perceive them, they're the mirror you perceive yourself. So this is part of the correction process. It's restoring your mind back to its wholly aware state. So every person offers you the opportunity to correct your mind and to see the truth again about yourself in them. I think that's the graciousness he's talking
better. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hello, Sparky.
And that will bring us as close to knowledge as perception can, with no gap. So knowledge just flows across and removes the gap forever. So it takes us out of the perceptual domain into knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. So happy with number 2, everyone?
Yes.
Number 3. Christine, do you want to read that before you have to go? I think you said you had to go at about 10 your time. So do you want to read that before you leave?
Read what way?
Number 3, paragraph 3 on the screen. You have very little trust in me from there. Just read the paragraph and then translate it.
You have very little trust in me as yet, but it will increase as you turn more and more often to me instead of to your ego for guidance.
Yeah, so the alternative is,
you have very little trust in me yet, but it will increase as you turn more and more often to me instead of to your separate self for guidance.
so he's talking about himself. We don't trust Yeshua. We don't trust the Holy Spirit. We don't trust our true self. We could translate that to trust in your true self. About that, I think that's maybe better. Yeah. Turn more and more often to it instead of to your separate self for guidance. That's exactly what I did today in the woods. It was like, just you get into the habit of saying, okay, I need some help here, show me the way, help me, show me the miracle. And the miracle happened. It was amazing. The dog just appeared. He got lost in the woods, and he just appeared back home somehow. So it's quite miraculous. But I've got into the habit of, when I'm in a sticky situation, it's tricky, I just go, okay, show me, help me. I need some guidance here. And it always seems to work. Okay, next one. Number 2, the results will convince you.
The results will convince you more and more often. The results will convince you increasingly that this choice is the only sane one you can make.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the same. Results will convince you. Only sane one you can make. So as you do this, as you operate this system, it's a thought system, an operating system, and you get the results, then more and more faith you arises, because you see that it works. And that's the reinforcing nature of the miracle. So if you look at integral model again, just very quickly, you're going to have the internal shift, and then that's confirmed by an external appearance. Something happens in the form to confirm that worked, and then that feeds back into the interior and says, okay, well, that worked, so there was a good change of mind, keep doing it. And you get that positive feedback mechanism happening. And then those results, external results, and the result is also more peace. Our inner state of mind and our external reality mirror it for us. That this choice is the only sane one you can make. That there is no other choice really available. Because the alternative is completely insane, and you're not completely insane, so that's not a choice. Really. It's not an option. So you cut away the ego as an option, and recognize there's only one sane choice, so therefore there's only one choice, because you're not going to choose insanity when you're conscious of it. Okay, number 3.
No one who learns from experience that one choice brings peace and joy, while another brings chaos and disaster, needs additional convincing.
And that's going to be the same. I don't think any translation necessary there.
Learning through rewards is more effective than learning through pain, because pain is an ego illusion and can never induce more than a temporary effect.
hang on. So changing the original. Pain is an ego illusion. So let's go translate that. Effective in learning through pain, because pain is a separate self illusion. So is the pain is an illusion of the separate self and can never induce more than a temporary effect. Yeah, is that clear? So pain is very temporary. There's nothing permanent about pain, fortunately. Even if it's seemingly chronic pain, pain comes and pain goes. It's an illusion of the separate self, can never induce more than just a temporary effect. So it's all very temporary. It's got nothing to do with the eternal. Okay, number 5.
My pain is eternal.
My
pain in the neck is eternal.
Yeah, it's not to do, which is this too shall pass. You know, all pain shall pass, and what will be left is pure formless awareness, perfect love. It's beyond all pain. Okay, number 5.
The rewards of God, however, are immediately recognized as eternal. Rewards of pure formless awareness, perfect love, however, are immediately recognized as eternal.
Okay, so however, rewards of perfect love are immediately recognized as eternal. So as opposed to pain, which is temporary, these rewards are permanent and eternal. Since this recognition is made by you,
Since this recognition is made by you and not the ego, the recognition itself establishes that you and your ego cannot be identical.
yeah,
Since the recognition is made by you and not the separate self, the recognition itself establishes that you and your separate self cannot be identical.
separate self cannot be identical. Okay. So there's something that recognizes these rewards are eternal, and so that's something else other than the ego, because the separate self cannot recognize it. To recognize is to know again what you once knew. So you know again the truth. You recognize, remember the truth. Okay.
You may believe that you have already accepted this difference, but you are by no means convinced as yet.
Yeah.
And the fact that you believe you must escape from the separate self shows this. But you cannot escape from separate self by humbling it or controlling it or punishing it.
Cannot escape from it by humbling it or controlling it or punishing it. Yeah. So the more you try and do any of those things, I'm gonna dominate my. I saw something on Tony Robbins' website. the other day. The sort of headline, come to my latest seminar and you're going to crush uncertainty in 2023. And I'm like, you don't do that. You can't do that with the ego. You're never going to succeed, because what's wanting to crush it is actually itself. You're actually just perpetuating the ego's thought system. So you can't crush it, dominate it, control it, because that's just more ego. It's just the ego in another disguise. So it's just perpetuating the same thought system. It's actually that's an attempt at mastery through fear, not mastery through love. The only way out is to let it go. So you don't crush uncertainty, you let it go, and you allow the certainty of God to come in and replace it. That's the true resolution. Does that make sense? So you bring it to that I am love presence. You bring your mind into that, and the separate self dissolves. And it dissolves and fades away eventually. It's undone in the presence of love. So it's mastery through love, not mastery through fear. If you try and humble it or control it or dominate it, these approaches have all been tried. And what's humbling and controlling and dominating is just the ego. That's what it does. So how can you get rid of it by perpetuating it? You can't. It's just more of the same. So you might go, well, I'm no longer a victim. I'm the man. I'm powerful. I'm whatever. But it's just actually more of the same. It's just morphed into the grandiose version of it, rather than the little self. But it's actually all a denial of the love that you really are. So only love will work. Okay, so let's have a little summary of this. Personalize it. So I have very little trust in my true self as yet, but it will increase as I turn more and more often to it instead of to my separate self. So kind of just really get into the habit. Like I was in a sticky situation in the woods, but I just asked immediately. I was like, okay, need a bit of help here. Show me. It was like, okay, just stay in presence. Remind myself that I'm love. It's going to be okay. I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but show me the way. And then somebody said, okay, just go home. Take the dog home. You can come back later and look for him. And there he was. If I'd stayed in the woods for hours looking, it wouldn't have been the right move, would it? Because he would have been back home. So it was just listening to the guidance, which makes, and then, it all flowed nicely, and the session happened, and, I could have made a huge drama out of it, couldn't I? It's like, oh my God, I've lost the dog and I've got to search for it. And, I was like, okay, just go back, put the dog here. If the dog's not around, we'll say a little prayer, we'll do a good session, say a prayer, and then I'll come back and find it later. And here he was. So it works. You see the results and you go, wow, like what could have been a major drama actually was resolved relatively easily. No drama at all. Okay, great. So it worked. Because the ego is going to juice a situation like that for huge drama. It wants to create lots of drama and upset. And so it really does work if you apply this. And it seems to solve problems in a miraculous way on the level of form. It just can't do with your separate self. Okay, so the results.
I had a similar thing this morning with the dog on my walk. There was a dog that was locked outside the gate, and it was just sitting there, lying there, waiting for its owner to come back in and open the gate and let it in. And I got all concerned and I rang the doorbell, and it was load shedding, so there was no response, no car there. And my little do-good, people please, I got to get this dog back in.
Mm-hmm.
And then a man drove up and said to me, are you worried about the dog? And I said, yes. And he said, well, the dog knows where it belongs. It's waiting. Which dissipated my panic. And I thought, well, I don't have to do anything about this. And I detached and I moved away and I calmed down.
Mm. Yeah. So your ego mind wanted to go into, I've got to fix it, control it, and actually, which is fine. The dog wasn't just parking there. There wasn't any need for you to do anything.
Yes. But
So often these things can resolve without much effort
panic.
from yourself. Oh.
The dogs know where they belong and they eventually find their way home, and we think they can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this little guy did. He's like, okay, I'm sleep. Had a little trot in the woods, and I think I'll go home now. So we go.
Amazing.
We walked home, and there was a road and stuff, but he's obviously all right. And no drama. No one got hurt, so it's good. By my feet, and the owner doesn't need to know. Everyone needs to know that happened. So, yeah, all good. But it could have been major drama, couldn't it? It's like, oh my God, I've lost the dog, and like now I've got to go look in the woods, and I could have stayed out there and gone, okay, I've got to cancel the session. I've got to look for the dogs. Like, we do a whole search. You can make a whole meal out of it, or you can just listen to guidance, and the guidance said, no, go home. I'm like, okay. I'll go home and come back later. I'm like, am I being irresponsible here? You question it. Should I stay and look for the dog? Because maybe then, he could go in the road. It's like, no, but, just trust, because that's the ego's, the ego's voice is always having its go. But just trust something feels right, but go home and then do a session and do some prayer if he's not around. And then I'll come and look for him and I'll find him. And he was here. It's just like, whoa, how did you get in here? He just rocked up at the door. Okay? So he obviously knows the way home, and he knows how to get in, even though the gate was locked, which is a bit concerning because I'm not quite sure how he got in, because the gate was closed when I came in. So how would he have got in? But again, who knows? I don't know, but it happened. So something orchestrated him to be here. Never know. And that's the nature of the miracle. You don't always have to understand it, be in control of it. Just like a lot of these things don't make sense. I've had coins manifest in my pocket. I've had a book which was supposed to be, lost in a school hall, appear in my boot, my car boot. And my keys had been locked away the whole day. So who would have put that there? It just didn't make sense. It's like, how did that get you? So there's some weird stuff happens, and you just can't explain it logically. You just kind of surrender. Okay, well, the nature of a miracle is that there's no order of difficulty in miracles, and they don't obey the laws of time and space. That's why they're miracles. So don't try and apply the laws of time and space to them, because they're meant to transcend those laws, to show you that there's something else. So no one who make more and more convinced. Results will make me more and more convinced that this choice is the only sane one I can make. Okay, so you see how the miraculous process works. The more you make the choice, the more you follow the guidance of the Holy Spirit, the more you see how that works, the benefits of it. The more you go, why am I doing anything else? That really works. That's much more effective than doing it with my separate self and all the pain and the drama that causes. So yeah, okay, why don't I just listen to the guidance and follow that? And then, like, it doesn't matter what the situation is, it's going to give me appropriate guidance. And that's where Yeshua's, he's training us to do that. To say, okay, I give it to the Spirit, I ask for the guidance, and it will come. If you open it, it will come in some form. You get a thought, you get, something happens. The dog just appeared. It was, wow, okay, something's looking after the whole process, that the dog didn't, get lost forever, get run over, to like create a huge drama. It's like, no, that's not useful. It's actually useful for you to be home in time for your session, run the session, because this is the, the will of God. So then it's orchestrated. Okay, so number 3, no one who learns from experience. One choice brings peace and joy, while another brings chaos and disaster, needs additional convincing. Okay, so maybe we could personalize that and say, if I learn from experience, so this is experiential, you see. It's not just a theory, it's not intellectual. It's like you actually apply it, you experience it for yourself. You experience first-hand miracles in your own life, and then you are convinced. Because that shows you, yes, this actually does work in practice. And nothing else is really going to convince you. A theological, conceptual idea of God isn't going to do it in the same way as that experience. So then it becomes the living God. They say in the Bible, the living God becomes the living truth in your life, actually flowing through you, and you're experiencing its effects moment by moment. That's the enlightened life that he's training us to be in. So when I learn from experience that one choice brings peace and joy, while another brings chaos and disaster, I will not need additional convincing. Okay? Because I've experienced it for myself. And this is the path. It's experiential transformation it's giving us. You actually apply this, and then you see the results in your life. Is there any other kind of transformation? Not really. Anything else without experience, it's just theoretical, it's intellectual. It has to come into your own experience. Okay, so learning through rewards is more effective than learning through pain, because pain is an illusion of my separate self. Can never induce more than a temporary effect. Can never have maybe more than a temporary effect. The rewards of perfect love are immediately recognized. So, however, I can immediately recognize the rewards of perfect love as eternal. Eternal, do you want to change eternal to permanent? What do you think? Permanent, eternal. Perfect love is eternal. No, I think we'll keep it eternal. Since this recognition is made by me and not my separate self, recognition itself establishes that I and so let me just say my recognition. My recognition establishes that I and my separate self cannot be identical. Or I cannot be the same as. I cannot be the same as my separate self. Because I have another awareness going. I'm recognizing the rewards. So what's recognizing the rewards? Well, that's my true self. That's maybe my true self. True self cannot be the same as my separate self. I may believe that I've already accepted It's different, but by no means convinced. We can take that out, maybe. The fact that I believe I must escape. Separate self shows that I'm still not convinced of this. I'm not convinced of this. Maybe not a but there, maybe an and, yeah? And I cannot escape. Cannot escape from my separate self by humbling it or controlling it or punishing it. Okay, so you want to read that from the top?
I have very little trust in my true self as yet, but it will increase as I turn more and more often to it instead of to my separate self for guidance. The results will make me more and more convinced that this choice is the only sane one I can make. When I learn from experience that one choice brings peace and joy, while another chaos and disaster, I will not need additional convincing. Learning through rewards is more effective than learning through pain, because pain is an illusion of my separate self and can never have more than a temporary effect. However, I can immediately recognize the rewards of perfect love as eternal. And since this recognition is made by me and not my separate self, my recognition establishes that my true self cannot be the same as my separate self. The fact that I believe I must escape from my separate self shows that I am still not convinced of this, and I cannot escape from my separate self by humbling it or controlling it or punishing it.
Okay, well done. So what's he saying?
As I turn more and more to my separate self for guidance, I
To my
will
true self.
begin to trust my true self.
Mm.
To my true self instead of my separate self, I'll begin to trust my true self.
Mm. And the results convince us, that this is a good choice to make. That's very important.
Yes.
So that's why it's called A Course in Miracles, not A Course in Love or Course in Revelation, because it's the miracles that are the mechanism of the transformation in our minds. Well, we do the forgiveness, we let go. That's the correction, internal miracle, the shift internally. So there's the change of mind. So that's the correction or the miracle internally, and then that reflects externally. And you get these results. You get more peace, more joy, more love, more of that experience. But you can also get things showing up in the objective it's in the world that confirm to you that was correct, that was the right choice. And so now it gets reinforced. And I just, the more I see these results, the more I'm convinced that this is the only way. There isn't another way. The alternative is completely insane. It doesn't work. So is that really a choice? It's completely insane. It doesn't work. No, it's not really a choice. It's not an option, is it? So you cut away the ego as an option. And then there's only one choice, one possibility. You become single-minded. You become, you're now in your one mind, one-minded, the Christ mind, without any alternative. So that's the process.
So I will not need additional convincing. It's the experience that convinces me of this.
Hmm.
Learning through rewards and not pain is can never have a temporary effect as pain does, because it is an illusion.
So that's also very important, you know, the way of the cross. Lots of people go, well, the only way of learning is through pain. So I have to suffer and suffer. And then, you know, one day I'll kind of wake up. You hope. This is the way of mastery. This is saying, no, you're going to systematically and progressively change your mind, make these small little corrections every day. And you're going to have these shifts and more and more awareness. And then you're going to see the benefits of it. And you're going to, but through the results, you learn it. You know, through, actually, I'm learning through miracles. It's not pain. It's like, wow, that really worked. Oh, that works. I'm in flow. Things are happening. It's flowing. Great. You know, I'm seeing that this thought system works. And that's much more convincing than a much better way than learning through pain. Fortunately. So yeah, giving us, there's always going to be a degree of discomfort when the ego comes in, but you don't have to go into huge pain. It could just be like, okay, I notice and I correct. I notice and I correct and I let it go without huge drama, without massive pain. I just let it go. So simple, so easy, you know, just doesn't have to be a huge drama. No pain is actually required. Although generally we do experience some pain on the journeys. But as you get, you know, more and more advanced in this, you realize I don't need pain. I can just, you know, be aware, shift, something's not comfortable. Okay, I can just let it go. Just very quickly. Don't have to get caught up in pain. So a very important point there.
So this recognition that the rewards of perfect love is eternal convinces me that, establishes that my true self is the one to follow and not my separate self. And shows that once I'm convinced of this, I cannot escape from my separate self by humbling or controlling or punishing it.
Well, I'm still not convinced of this. And I cannot, okay, maybe a but would be better, but I cannot escape. So I'm still not convinced. I cannot escape from my separate self by humbling it or controlling it or punishing it. None of those things are going to work. The only thing that's going to work is love. So mastery through love. I let it go through the recognition that it's not true, and I allow love to replace it. Just put that in there, your true self and your separate self cannot be identical. Okay, so happy with that?
Yes.
A message saying can learn through rewards rather than pain. Hallelujah for that. It's going to be a lot more effective than learning through pain. I call it the way of mastery rather than the way of the cross. So there's the pain of discipline. You know, you sit and you practice, and okay, that's, you know, there's some work you got to do, but it's not far preferable to the kind of you know, mental, emotional, and sometimes physical pain that a lot of people have to experience in order to wake up. So just, you know, take on the pain of seeming pain of self-discipline rather than the extreme pain of unconsciousness and ignorance and laziness. So, so choose your pain. In other words, you're going to have some challenges and some difficulties in this journey, but rather consciously choose them. By being, self-disciplined and just
Doing the work.
engaging in a spiritual path, doing the work. Exactly. Do the work, be a bit disciplined, because that's far preferable to the other way, which is just learn through massive pain. So this is, the much more intelligent option. And people who are not on them say, well, why are you doing that? Why are you bothering? Well, because I want to save myself time and I want to save myself pain. That's why. Because if I don't do this and I'm stubborn and I get stuck in my ego, I've seen, people get older and it's not pretty as they get older. If they're stuck in the ego, it's because it's leading one way. Yeah, it's leading to death. Like, well, if you haven't done the work, then it's a pretty kind of desperate situation. Your life's coming to an end. What's the point of it all? And all you've got to look forward to is, more pain, more suffering until eventually you die. It's a pretty miserable existence. But if you've done the correction earlier in your life, then you're not going to be that affected by it. You're like, well, I know that I'm beyond all of the ego stuff. And so the body's fading away. The world is going to be undone. And that's I'm really looking forward to that. Death is graduation day. That's when I get out of here. So it's a different perspective on it entirely. Okay, so let's go to number 4. The ego and the spirit do not know each other. Short paragraph.
Can I ask you one question? And that is, where can I read this? Like when I miss the last paragraphs of the translation, where the next day can I read this?
So I posted in the Telegram group. If you look at the Telegram group,
actual text.
Yeah, I posted as a document because it's too much to actually paste it in. But I'll show you briefly. So if you have a look at, so that's the club members group. So last night, just go up. So this would have been your view in the morning. You wake up before I post this morning's stuff. There it is. Yeah. I posted it early hours of the morning.
Okay.
Chapter 4, 5, the ego body illusion. And then it's original translated personalized versions of. So you can download it, you can read it, and all of the translations and stuff like that.
I can go back right through Telegram and pick up all those translated versions.
Yeah, they're there. We're going to work on a an online system where it'll all be available online. But we're not quite there yet. It's going to do something. So then you'll have the resources for each day. It'll be like day 31. Okay, there's your resources, and you can go find it, and they'll be searchable and all that. So you can, if you want to go and as a member, you can go and access that, and you can go and pull down those resources as you need them. So it's more user friendly. But it is in Telegram. So that's where, and you can also you'll be able to no, you won't find it on the email. There's a link to the just the normal one on the email, because we haven't done the translation yet. I could do a little redirect on that. So except it's going to change. So get it on Telegram for now.
Okay.
And then you can just download it to your computer. What I suggest you do is get Telegram desktop. You download Telegram desktop onto your computer.
I have done that. Yes.
Yeah, then you can just download it straight to your computer, save it as a file wherever you need to.
Okay.
Okay, number 4. Are you heading off?
I'm buying out and going to bed.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. All right. Thanks for joining. See you tomorrow. Namaste.
Namaste.
Okay, Elaine and Aurelie. Number 4, ego and the spirit. Who wants to read that? Elaine, I think it's your turn.
Okay.
I haven't actually read tonight.
Haven't you? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yep. Go
You
for
read
it.
it.
Have you read, Elaine? Yeah,
It was a very
Did
brief
Elaine
one,
read?
yes. Yeah, it was a
Huh?
very
Yeah,
brief.
Elaine
Yeah,
read
I
it.
did a very brief one.
Okay. So I catch that brief one.
You're going to go for
So
this?
your turn, Aurelie.
Okay. The separate self and the pure formless awareness do not know
So
each
read
other.
it.
Oh yeah, the
Read it
ego and
from
the spirit do
yeah.
not know each other. The separate
Yeah.
self and the pure formless awareness do not know each other. The separated mind cannot maintain the separation except by dissociating. The separated mind cannot maintain the separation except by dissociating, same thing. Having done this, it denies all truly natural impulses, not because the ego or the separate self is a separate thing, but because you want to believe that you are. You want to believe that you are.
I want to believe that you are. So it's just our own belief about ourselves. It's this ridiculous belief that somehow we're separate, we're on our own.
So you want to believe that you're
And-
separated.
Yeah. But you want to believe that you are a separate thing. Okay? So we
Yeah.
want to believe we have our own identity. This is the whole
Yes.
This is the whole thing. This is the key to understanding all of this. We want to
Yeah.
believe, we chose to
hard
believe,
to
we
get
desired to believe.
Re-brainwashed.
We-
It's hard to get re-brainwashed after being
Yeah.
conditioned a whole life.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're born in the matrix, you're born into a body,
Yeah.
you're told that you're a separate self, you get a name, you have a body that seems to separate you from other people. And but this is all the result of a desire. We wanted our own identity.
Hmm.
And so we create a world where we can have our own identity, where we're born into bodies and we seem to be able to exist in our own minds. It's my mind, it's my decision, my choice. I have free will. I'm a separate self, and we live and die as that until we're willing to consider, the alternative that maybe we're wrong.
Hmm.
But you see, it's the fundamentals, goes to the very fundamental nature of human experience. This you as a separate self. That's the human self, isn't it? I'm born into a body. I have my own identity. I go through various things in my life experiences, and it's my life. It's no one else's life. It's my life, my experiences, my drama, my problems, my triumphs, my me, my mind. Yeah. That's the very nature, fundamental nature of the human experience. It's very deeply entrenched. So now we're questioning, saying, no, I don't want, I believe that I'm a separate self, but I don't want to believe that anymore, because the cost of that belief is so painful. To believe that I'm a separate self is so painful. Once I realize it, that I just, in my right mind, my sane mind can't consciously choose that. Okay, and the separate self of the ego is a device.
The ego is a device for maintaining this belief, but it's still only your decision to use the device that enables it to endure. So the separate self is a device for maintaining this belief, but it's still only your decision to use the device that enables it to endure.
So, it's a self-concept we've invented to allow us to experience what we desire.
We're not really that bright if we desire to always be separated.
No, it's
individuals.
completely insane. It's just saying you're completely mad. This is not a good choice. Because look at the consequences of that choice. Look at what's come from that choice.
Well, I wish I'd encountered Jesus earlier on in my life. Like
No, but
the real
it's all
Jesus,
perfect.
the true Jesus, not the stories
Yeah.
about Jesus.
Yeah, but it's all perfect. You're here now and you know the truth. So it's just accepting it. When he
Yeah.
shows you this disaster, I mean, look at it's a train smash. Idea of separation, and then down you go, sucked down the rabbit hole into an individual self, and then you've got guilt and sin kicking off big time because you're going, oh my God, I've destroyed love.
Yeah, and it
then
keeps coming back. It's annoying
rising.
that it keeps coming back all the time for correction. Like I thought I did the correction, the forgiveness and all that, and it keeps coming back. I mean, how long? I mean, this is crazy. How long is this gonna take to
Well,
be really in your true self and stay there?
How long do you want it to take? That's the question.
Well, I don't want it to take any more time.
Well, but there's still resistance in there. A part of your mind doesn't want to let go. So that's the
No, I do want to let go. I'm doing everything I have to do.
but a part of your mind doesn't. Part of your mind's still stuck in the ego. So that's
So maybe
that's
it's the unconscious part, and that's where the hardest, because if it's unconscious, you got to bring it up to be aware of what's still underlying there.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's like what's still underlying underneath the iceberg.
Yeah. And that process will unfold.
Mm. Yeah.
Separate self as a device. We're
Let's
maintaining
do the
the
summary now, shall we?
Yeah, let's do the summary.
It's quite depressing to read all the time, actually. Oh my God. Let me get done with this already.
Enough already. Well, just then it's like, just determined. I'm determined to keep doing the work.
Yeah.
And do this. I mean, I really felt for Susie. We were on the call this afternoon. She was just like, I just don't know. It's just like, how much more? Like I'm beating myself up.
Yeah, I could totally feel what she was feeling or resonate because, we're all going through this, so we know.
And it's like, how much longer? Well, it's like, this thing has been going on for a long time in your mind.
I know.
So you can't just expect to go, okay, now.
I know our ego mind are very impatient. I have that. I know I've been receiving the message, be patient. So I know I'm very impatient, very, very. Well, I need to change it to I am very patient. I'm
patient.
I am
patient,
patient.
I'm persistent. Yeah. Part of my values, because we're going to do that on the weekend.
The what?
The value system. I'm going to show you a value system. It comes from your essence identity. So mine are, I'm resilient, I'm persistent.
I need a flop from being impatient to patient.
Yeah.
Flop.
Resilience and persistence are good qualities.
Yes, I should add these.
I'm resilient. I'm persistent. I don't give up. It's like I'll keep going. And I guess you see that in this course. It's like, okay, I just keep going. It's like on we go. Every day we do it, and you just keep plugging away.
Yeah, seriously, 10 wasn't enough because I've got so many more than 10. I mean,
the problem with more than 10 is you're not going to be able to live them. You want to keep to.
Yeah.
If you have 20, it becomes dissipated. 20 because you forget.
So I should put I am disciplined as a value.
Yeah, discipline. Yeah, might be a value. Exactly.
But I already feel this. It's already overflowing with value. It's already full.
Well, choose. You got to choose the ones that are most relevant.
Okay.
Okay. What's going to be most helpful? Because there's a law of 7 plus or minus 2, and that really means that you can only hold in mind 7 things, and some people can stretch to about 9. So 10 is a stretch. Yeah,
so
that's from research.
Wow. Okay.
Well, you can potentially go to 10. Okay, it's a bit of a stretch, but you could have 10 because it's a nice round number. But like really, they've done research. The law of 7. You can kind of hold in mind 7 things if you're lucky. Some people can only do 5. Some people can do a bit more. But that's, the human mind just can't hold 20 things. It's not, you lose it. It starts becoming too unfocused. So you want to focus it into, okay, yes, I've got to discard some stuff. There's some really good stuff, but I've got to focus. What is actually going to be most helpful for me right now? And then you choose those qualities. And then that can change. The values, you might substitute ones. Okay, well, actually, maybe I need to let that one go and bring in another one because that's appropriate. But 7 to 10, because otherwise it's too much. You can't
Oh my
focus
God!
on.
And I put 2 nearly at most of them. I put 2.
You put what?
I put 2 every. Like I put 2 at each number. I put 2 in front of I am peaceful and calm. I am happy and appreciative. I am knowledge and I'm
Right.
still
Wow.
learning.
Okay, yeah. So focus, or you got to focus that down into 7 to 10 that are really meaningful for you right now. So
But
really
they're
going to
all
help.
meaningful right now to me.
Okay, but find the ones that are most meaningful, because otherwise it just becomes it's too much.
Yeah.
Too much to really focus on. So
Yeah, you can tell I love to put myself under pressure.
yeah, so I'm going to do it all. I'm happy and joyful and peaceful, and okay, so focus on maybe discipline, right? I need more discipline. What are your weak points? And then you focus on those. It's okay, so
Disciplined
maybe
and
I'm not.
determined. Yes, I put that.
But Yeah,
patience
I'm
is also
disciplined
a
and I'm
good one.
persistent.
Patient.
Yeah, patience, discipline, persistence, because these are the qualities that will help you to stay on this track. You see, and that discipline will then help you to learn, and love and peace and joy will come. So you're going not to I am love, I am peace. That's a high level statement. It's more like,
So I should put them
what are
in
these?
the lower in the.
Well, what are these practical qualities? I'm disciplined. I'm resilient. I'm patient. I'm persistent. I'm kind. It's practical. You see, it's on a level that's more practical. That's what you're looking for. Yeah.
What did you say? Resilient and patient? No, I did put patient and patient.
Yeah, I'm resilient. I'm persistent.
Yeah, I put patient. The list is really going.
Yeah, discipline.
I'm gonna need to choose. That makes it even harder.
Yeah, well, yeah, you need to choose.
Okay.
So work on that before Sunday.
Resilient, patient, and you said something else, persistent, and I thought you said another one.
Discipline, yeah.
No, I did put it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Okay, so my separated mind cannot maintain the separation except by dissociating. Having done this, denies all truly natural impulses, not because.
My separate self and pure formless awareness do not know each other. My separated mind cannot maintain the separation except by dissociating. Having done this, it denies all true natural impulses. It denies
or truly natural impulses.
Truly natural impulses, not because my separate self is a separate thing, but because I want to believe that I am.
So what gives it its power is desire. See, I desire this, and that gives it its power.
Yes, I desire to be separate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My separate self is a device for maintaining this belief. So I need a separate self in order to believe that I'm separate. It's made by my mind, by my mind's desire to be a separate self. Then I have to create something that gives me the experience I want, separate self. But it's still only my decision to use this device that enables it to endure.
What do you call
Keeps
this?
it in place.
What was it called again? The sheet, the page that has the belief, perception, emotions. What's it called? The levels of mind.
Yeah, levels of mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about that?
No, I've been telling myself I need to do this again. I did it the other day. I think I need to do it again with that belief. I desire to be separate.
Yeah. Okay. Try it. It's generally it's something on a, the way it works is it's a trigger that's in the world. So some issue that triggers you, and then you dig down and you find, well, actually at the core of every drama, every problem and pain is this desire to be a separate self.
Yeah, I think this came up tonight. This one.
Good. So we desire for some reason to be this. That makes no sense because
No.
the results are disaster, but we still desire it. And so we must undo that desire. Part of this is telling us just how crazy this ego is. So, and how harmful it is when we're in that state. And so
But it's
then
crazy to think that everything is your projection. Like if someone else projects their own fear or their own stuff, like why would you own that? Why would you own someone else's stuff? That's where the confusion lies. Like, why would I own?
because there's no other self. You see, it's all one mind. That's what's happening. So it's think of it in terms of different thought systems, right? There's two thought systems. There's only really one mind. There's two thought systems, and the alternative thought system, which we call the ego, is just one. It's one consciousness. It's one thought system. Really, one system of thought that the mind has now got obsessed with and is playing out. So anyone who's playing the ego, has chosen that, is then the projection of your own thought system. It's a projection of your own ego belief, and they are just showing you an aspect of your own belief in that idea of separation.
So does that mean this is crazy? Because it's that I thought I released this already and did forgiveness around it, but I guess not, because I did cry when I did the letting go meditation tonight. So maybe
what are you talking about?
It runs so deeply, like it's unreal.
It runs so deep. Yeah.
Deeply.
It runs so deep because it goes to the very core of your existence here as seemingly human. That's what this goes to. It questions the very foundation of your existence. You think you're a separate self. You think you're a separate human being with a life here, a body, an identity, and it's saying, no, that's not true. Right? That is made up. You made that up. It's a device you made because you wanted to be a separate self. So you created this separate self, you wanted to be separate, have your own identity. So you created a separate self. You believed in it, you identified with it, and now you seem to be enslaved by it. It seems to run your life, it seems to govern your choices, and you find yourself, in a very limited position as a human being. You've got very limited power, even if on a worldly level, you've got significant power. You're still very limited. You're in a body, you can't control very much. You're subject to all the laws of the body. It's not a good place to be, really, when you could be infinite eternal awareness. To be stuck in a body on it's bizarre, some godforsaken planet. Where are we? We're in the middle of nowhere, just zooming around this planet in this vast space, just enormous. We're like infinitesimal in space. We're just a tiny speck. Earth is just like, it's so infinitesimal in the vast expanse of it. And we seem to be all alone. It may be other life, quite possibly theirs, but it's so far away, it doesn't really help us. So here we are, all alone, kind of cycling around this star, which will eventually implode, going around and around and around, going absolutely nowhere. It's bizarre.
Hmm.
Yeah, just look at it. It's crazy. Like in a universe just like vast. Like, what's the point of it? Why are we even here?
Yeah,
And you're
exactly.
saying there is no point. That's the point. There is no point. It was all just a crazy idea. The mind just went mad and invented this alternate reality. And there's no point to it. So just go home, pack up, leave it all behind, go home. Which is what we're doing. Okay, so what is he saying there in summary? Separated mind cannot maintain the separation except by dissociating. The separate self is just a device for maintaining. I think a key point for me there is that it's a device for maintaining the belief that we want. We want to be separate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our desire. So we have to change that desire. That's the level of the miracle.
Mm-hmm.
He's teaching us the desire or the prayer. Do I desire to be a separate self, or do I choose to be oneself? That's what it all comes down to. Every situation, every decision comes down to that split in the mind. And when we change our minds at that level, we say, no, I don't want to be a separate self anymore. I have no desire for this at all. I want to be one self in this situation. So in this situation, I give it to my one self. Okay, you interpret it for me. You show me. And then you get the correct perception of it. Okay, so number 5, can we move on to 5? Elaine, if you can read that, please.
How can you teach someone the value of something he has deliberately thrown away? And is that the same for the alternative?
Yeah, it'll be the same.
Yeah. And number 2, he must have thrown it away because he did not value it. And alternative?
Same.
Okay.
Mm.
3, you can only show him how miserable he is without it and slowly bring it nearer so he can learn how his misery lessens as he approaches it. Is it the same? You can only show.
Yeah, I think so. Probably doesn't
Yeah.
need any.
Same. Same thing.
Any changes there? No.
I don't think so.
I think it's changed after that. After 4. At 4.
4, this teaches it to associate his misery with its absence and the opposite of misery with its presence.
Teaches him.
Yeah, him should be him.
His misery with
Associate his misery with its absence and the opposite of misery with its presence. Okay. And we put presence.
What does that mean with its absence?
Yeah, it does sound a bit ambiguous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Associate his misery with its absence. So it's the absence of truth.
Oh, okay.
His misery. You can only show him how miserable he is without it. How can you teach someone the value of something deliberately thrown away? Okay? So he's chucked it away, and he must have thrown it away because he did not value it. Obviously, we decided we didn't value what was true, and the only thing that is valuable, which is why we threw it away. So you can only show him how miserable he is without it, and slowly bring it nearer, so he can learn how his misery lessens as he approaches it.
But I think you can see how miserable they are, don't you think?
Well, the ego needs some
miserable we are.
convincing. We need some convincing, don't we?
Maybe.
He needs to teach us and say, well,
I guess
actually,
you need to see another way. Yeah, maybe.
You know, he has to point it out to us and tell us exactly how miserable we are, and get us to become aware of that. And then slowly, as the truth comes nearer, then we start to experience how our misery just diminishes. Misery lessens as he approaches it. This teaches him to associate his misery with its absence and the opposite of misery with its presence. So the opposite of misery, maybe we can change that to
I think misery is very good because I can actually relate to that very strongly.
yeah. So it says misery with its absence and his happiness with its presence.
This teaches him to.
So it's experiential. As the truth comes closer, and we feel the benefits of it, we feel happier, we feel lighter. We go, yeah, actually, this is working. I'm feeling a whole lot better because of this. So
Yeah, until
we
something else
go.
come up and just come and ruin your happy inner state.
Then that's dualistic, isn't it?
Very, very. I mean, it's so weird how these things happen. Like it's like just one projection and there you go.
But then you got to just say, okay, well, I departed again, and I project and I judge and make it real. What happens? I'm miserable again. Okay. So when I'm absent from truth, when I'm in the separate self, I'm miserable. Okay. I'm starting to see that, make the connection. And when I'm in truth and I'm in that loving state, that loving awareness, then I feel happy.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we learn to distinguish between the states. Okay, well, I can see, that my belief and my state of mind are not separate, that they are intimately connected. So I need to really be careful of what I'm believing. So this is what he's doing. He's gradually teaching us to associate misery with the absence of love, and our happiness with the presence of love. Just slowly dripping it in, through all of our resistance, just telling us this simple truth over and over again, and then we start to accept it and absorb it. Okay, so number 6, it gradually becomes desirable as he changes his mind.
It gradually becomes desirable as he changes his mind about its worth.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6.
Yeah.
I am teaching you to associate misery with the separate self and joy with the pure formless awareness.
So that's the ego, and the ego, if you want to read it above, I'm teaching you to associate misery with the ego.
It's kind of repeating number 4, though. It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same.
I'm teaching you to associate misery with the ego and joy with the spirit. Yeah, you just phrased it differently in number 4.
It's weird. It means the same thing.
Well, he's just repeating it in a
Okay.
slightly different way.
He needs to emphasize on that one.
Well,
He's right about it.
He repeats a lot. It's the same message over and over and over.
I know, but that's because we need it.
Yeah, exactly. If we could get it from, well, nothing real can be threatened and nothing unreal exists, herein lies the peace of God.
Yeah.
Well, that would be it, wouldn't it? No need for a book. Okay, well, there you go.
Exactly. So maybe we should just drop the book and keep repeating the 4-3 sentence.
Yeah, well, this is like a Zen cone. That can take you quite high. But he knows that we're not going to get it, so then we need the book, all the mind training. So, okay, well, we gotta just work on this ego thing, undoing it systematically and progressively, because it's deeply wired into your mind, and now he's got to unwind us from it. We've screwed ourselves in so tightly into the ego's thought system, and now we've got to unwind from that. And someone's got to help us. Something's got to help us to do that. And that's what he's done. He's giving us the guidance. Okay, so it gradually becomes desirable as he changes his mind about its worth. So I'm teaching you to associate misery with the separate self, joy with pure formless awareness. Okay. So that's all, just dissociating. It's by association, okay? Misery is separate self. Joy, pure formless awareness, okay? It's not that hard to get that. And then what? Apparently, but we confuse. We actually were confused. You've taught yourself the opposite. We've taught ourselves that joy lies in the separate self,
Yes.
and misery lies in pure formless awareness. Okay, well, it's totally upside down and backwards.
It is. That's where we get the split mind.
Yeah. So we think it's going to work if we follow the ego, that it's going to tell us, going to give us the truth. But actually, all we get is more misery, pain.
Yeah.
And so it's only when we really experience the downsides that we learn. Well, you're saying you can learn through rewards. Now, yeah, there's been a degree of pain for everyone. So it's brought you here, but you don't have to continue learning through pain. You can learn through the rewards. You correct, you apply the thought system, you correct, and then you get the reward, which is the miracle.
I don't know one person that didn't come here to experience pain, actually.
No, everyone's experienced pain, because that's what brings you here. You wouldn't be doing this work at whatever, 10:30 at night, sitting reading a text, going through this painstakingly, unless there was a desire to free your mind.
Maybe that's also insanity.
Well, is it? Or you're just saying, well, okay, I know that I need to do the work to free my mind.
Exactly. No, I know.
The ego's going to tell you it's that. I mean, people will say, well, what you wasting your time for on this weird things, Course in Miracles and all this text is weird, it's a bit strange, this cultish belief. And like, what you're spending 3 hours on calls, like reading and translating text. I mean, like, really? Is that what you want to do? Why don't you watch some TV or go out, socialize with some friends?
It's
get a
funny
boyfriend.
how we're being told we're brainwashing ourselves, and in the meantime, they're brainwashing themselves with movies.
Well, yeah, we are brainwashing ourselves, but we're cleaning our minds.
Yeah,
We've got to
exactly.
clean our
It's
minds of this.
different than watching
false thought
programs that's
system.
showing like false beliefs and a false reality.
Yeah, exactly. So you brainwashing. You say, yeah, absolutely. I'm
It's
cleaning
a good
my
one.
mind.
It's
good. I'm
it's a
cleaning my
good one.
mind.
It's a good
Wash all that-
brainwash.
Yeah, exactly. Washing. I'm cleaning my mind.
Yeah.
Rather than filling it with a whole load of rubbish.
Yeah, but they don't want to hear
watching-
that. The people in the other path, they don't want to hear that.
No.
You're
No, they
talking
don't.
to a dead wall here.
Yeah, well, Yeshua just said, he said, don't cast your pearls before swine, which is quite harsh.
Huh?
A harsh way of saying it. In the Bible, it's quoted, he said, do not cast your pearls before swine. What he meant was, don't give your wisdom to ignorant people because they won't appreciate it.
Ah, yes.
That's what he means. And swine are stubborn. So the stubborn, the ignorant, they don't want to know. They've got no discernment. Like, giving fine wine to someone who has no idea about and just there's no appreciation. So there's no appreciation for the wisdom. They'll just go, oh,
yeah.
I'm not interested. I remember once I was having a conversation with someone on the phone. I heard must be her husband or partner backwards saying, oh, all this mindfulness crap, buddy, go away. We don't need this mindfulness crap. Leave us alone. And she's like apologizing. So you could hear like she's a huge resistance. So it's like, no, we don't want any of that stuff. Because it's challenging his ego, isn't it? Mindfulness, yeah, okay, well, you're going to start to become aware of the ego and those patterns, and you can't behave like that anymore if you start becoming more mindful. It's not acceptable. So then it's seen as the enemy. Okay, so number 8, you're still free to choose.
Isn't it much
you
better
really
to
want-
surround yourself with people who are actually non-ego resistant like that? Like people who are just flowing with life, like
Yeah,
I think we
and
wouldn't
that's why we have a community like this, because it's nice to It's
Yeah.
nice to have people who are on the same
Page.
path,
Path.
same page, same path. You know, we
Yeah.
come together, we share, and you need a technology like this because you probably won't find them necessarily in your immediate environment. They're not.
No.
For
They're
sure.
quite rare.
Oh my
So,
God. I think I can
then
close down that wellness center because I don't think these people are ready for this. They're not ready for
maybe
this.
not. Yeah.
I mean, I cannot
Whereas-
survive with one person or two, like two persons
No.
a week. It's not sustainable. So I'm gonna have to find a different way. I need to ask for the Holy Spirit's guidance.
Well, online's the obvious. You know, you create
Yeah,
a community
I think so.
online, and then your you know, your audience is the whole world. Anyone can join.
exactly.
Anyone. So then, you know, the people are awakening wherever they are, and they're looking for support because it's the same everywhere. You know, they're looking for, okay, well, I'm awakening. These people are asleep.
Yeah,
I need to find people of like mind. You know, who can a community who understand me and who can support me.
yeah.
And then, you know, if they happen to be wherever in the world, it could be anywhere. You know, you're probably not going to find that in your immediate location.
That's so
So
true.
you look online and you can connect, you know, with the like-minded people like this from around the world. It's
But
amazing.
that's what I did. That's what I started doing. But how do you like attract people? Like, how do you make yourself like attract people that are going to be interested in what you do?
Well,
what I
you
offer.
you've got to create something that's of value, and then offer it. You know, do a free.
I did so many free. You have no idea. I did so many
Yeah.
free sessions online.
Yeah.
Like, so many.
Yeah, but did you create a course? Read Expert Secrets by Russell Brunson. It'll give you the whole blueprint. That's what I did. I was like, okay, this makes sense. This can work. And it has worked, honestly. I mean, it's been really helpful to have done it. You know, you said start with a 6-week course, do it free, and then build the program. Then you could start charging for it. And then, you know, I wanted to do a whole 1-year program. Let's follow up. It's a 6-week course with the start.
But I did that. I told you I already did that.
Well, okay, but maybe you've got to
But
do
I
it
need
again.
to review it
Got to
and
look at it again.
look
Yeah,
at it
it obviously
again.
didn't build. You
Yeah.
know what you got to try and build a community on the back of it. It's all about the community.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
building a community of people, your tribe, who
Yeah.
are interested in the message, and they're like,
Yeah.
okay, and you build loyalty, and you know, if you can build a tribe of 1,000 people, that's a very good living. You can make a living for the rest of your life from 1,000 people. Who,
Yeah,
who
but you
really
need to be able
Yes.
to be interested in this. So
Well, yeah. So, but the people are out there. You've got to establish something first. Like, okay, here it is. Here's my offering, and then you attract people in, and they come in, and you know, it's grown organically. In my case, it wasn't quick and overnight. That's for sure. But it's a process. So
yeah, I got
maybe we
stuck in
can
the
maybe we can
process,
talk
I think.
after the course about you know, how we can take this into France.
Yes,
this
that would be great.
Because there's a lot of the material already. You know, to do this yourself, oh man, I just know it's a huge amount of work.
Yeah,
I just
it is.
it's a massive amount of work to put together a program like this.
Yeah,
So
it is.
so it's kind of, you know, it's done. The foundation is there. So maybe you could just leverage off this. But we'll talk about that. Okay. So if you taught yourself the opposite, you're still free to choose. Can you, Elaine, you want to read that?
Oh, yeah. You are still free to choose, but can you really want the rewards of the separate self in the presence of the rewards of pure formless awareness of perfect love? So, yeah.
Rewards of perfect love. So free to choose. And so you're saying, can you, I mean, love, peace, joy, happiness, as opposed to pain, suffering, misery, sickness, and death. Is it really a choice? Is that really a hard one to decide?
Oh my
No,
God,
not really.
no. Cannot be a choice. It has to be obvious.
It should be obvious, yeah. But yeah, the ego confused us. And it's
Yeah.
going, no, but I can give you this stuff. You know, I can offer you, you can get more money, you can have pleasure, you can have, you know, the special relationship you've always wanted, your life can be great, you know, your life, let's just expand. That's what it offers. And a lot of people buy that. They go, yeah, okay, that sounds good, I'm going. And then also they follow down that track. They're called celebrities. And then they go, oh, actually, no, that didn't really work. So I'm not actually happy. I'm actually quite miserable.
Yeah.
I
think some artists, some celebrities or artists that are really going deep within. I think Jim Carrey is. I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean they're always exceptions. Jim Carrey is an exception. I mean he's gone into,
and also Morgan Freeman. I think is seeing
not
that
all of them.
video. I know they both work together, so they both seem quite awakened.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it doesn't mean just because you're a celebrity, but I think with them, it goes beyond. You know, they're not trying to be a famous movie star. There's an integrity in the work. It's like, no, actually, I want to, you know, I want to play roles that are meaningful.
Exactly.
That have a, you know, you look at the movies Morgan Freeman chooses, like,
they have a message.
There's a message. It's like I choose, you know, I want to do movies that are meaningful and deep and profound, rather than just, you know, whatever skopskit donor thing going, you know, just to make money. They don't do those kinds of movies. So, you know, you can do it, but you can do it. You know, you could be an actor and be an inspired actor, and
make a difference at your level.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, absolutely. But then you're not seeking anymore. It's not about I'm seeking the money and the power and the fame. You know, it's not that. I'm actually expressing my gift into the world. So, you know, my gift is to act and to show people something. So that's why I'm doing it. And the money will come as a side effect, but I'm actually motivated by the art of it. The great actors are like, I love the art of it. I love the process of it. You see, it's not about the fame and the you know, what people think of me. It's not that at all. It's like, and there's an integrity there, isn't there? There's something like that's deep and meaningful, and you go, okay, then, you know, then they're in the spirit, rather than the ego. And you listen to like Judi Dench, the famous British actress, and you listen to her, and she's like, yeah, but I really enjoy the theatre, because you go in there and every performance is different, and you just don't know how this one's going to work out, you know, and it's always like there's a flow to it. Whereas movies, it's like one cut, that's it, and it's made in the movies, you know. Whereas with a stage performance, it's evolving and it's growing, and she's like, and as you perform, you know, you evolve and you grow into the character, and every performance is different. So there's much more spontaneous kind of, you know, the spirit can come through, can't it? So you can do this. You can do anything through the separate self or through the true self.
It would be nice to do a comedy show all together with everyone on the course, actually, about this, all our issues and stuff, and express our issues and turn it into a comedy, so people can see how crazy we are, how insane our ego is. You know, that would be cool, right?
It would be. So maybe that's something we can do. Okay, so we've done number 5.
Planting the seed or something.
Yeah, let's translate. So, hello Moses, how are you, boy? Good boy, eh?
He's still at your feet.
No, he's there. It's like
your best friend now.
I actually miss pet sitting, house sitting, because I really connected as well with the animals, like, so nicely.
Join Trusted House Sitters. That's who I'm with.
Yeah. So
is that the one you are on as well, Jono?
Yeah, Trusted House Sitters. You just go and register. It's like I don't know if they're basic, it's like £99, so it'd be like 110 euros or something.
It is one called Nomador as well here in France. Nomador. There's different ones.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this is global. It's like you can go anywhere. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but no matter also you can go in
Oh.
Europe, anywhere in Europe.
Yeah.
Well, even now,
Yeah.
actually, also global, because I know that I've seen some in the US, Canada, Costa
Yeah.
Rica. Yeah, they also,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
global, actually.
Okay, so how can I teach someone the value of something? Here's the how can I be taught the value of something I've deliberately thrown away? So let's say, how can I be taught the value of something I have deliberately thrown away? I must have thrown it away because I did not value it.
Because I didn't know about
So,
it, really. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we denied it. So then it's
Yeah.
so we didn't have it, as he said. So
Yeah.
I can only be shown, how miserable I am without it and slowly bring it nearer. So I can learn how my misery lessens as I approach it. Okay, so that's exactly what this course is doing. This teaches me to associate my misery with its absence and my happiness with its presence. Gradually becomes desirable as I change my mind about its worth, about its value, maybe. What do you think? Value for worth. I think that's good because he talked about the value of something. So I'm teaching you to associate misery. So Yeshua is teaching me to associate misery with my separate self and joy with pure formless awareness. I have taught myself the opposite. I'm still free to choose, but can I really want rewards of my separate self in the presence of the rewards of perfect love? So maybe we'll say the apparent rewards, because they're not really rewards. In the presence of the rewards of perfect love. How about we say, on the apparent rewards of the separate self, when I can have the rewards of perfect love instead. I think that's better. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want to read that from the top, then how can I be taught the value?
How can I be taught the value of something I have deliberately thrown away? I must have thrown it away because I do not value it. I can only be shown how miserable I am without it and slowly bring it nearer so I can learn how my misery lessens as I approach it. This teaches me to associate my misery with its absence and my happiness with its presence. It gradually becomes desirable as I change my mind about its value. Jesus is teaching me to associate misery with my separate self and joy with pure formless awareness. I have taught myself the opposite. I am still free to choose, but can I really want the apparent rewards of my separate self when I can have the rewards of perfect love instead?
Okay, so what's he saying there? Summary.
Well, we're just valuing our separate self and throwing away, what we didn't value or didn't know about. So I never knew there was a pure formless awareness. I just thought there was an ego, and how miserable we are without our perfect love. And as time marches on, we get more and more miserable. So perfect love is there to choose if you want it. You're free to choose it now.
The answer is to associate. He's making a very clear, good point here. We must associate happiness with the presence of love, and misery with its absence. We've got to make that clear connection in our minds, because then the decision is obvious, as to which thought system we're going to choose. So that's a big part of this mind training. He's trying to teach us that you're really miserable in the separate self, and you're happy in your true self. And these are different. They're separate. They're different. They're different choices, and you can't reconcile them. It's one or the other. So you must make a choice for one or the other. So choose wisely and choose right. Can I really want the apparent rewards of my separate self? What does it offer you? Not really very much. Scraps. So, well, you could have better life here. I can give you money. I can give you power, fame. I could give you a special relationship. I can give you pleasure.
It's all temporary.
Very temporary. Yeah. All of that isn't going to last. Or we could have, joy, peace, love, happiness that is permanent, that doesn't go away, because it's within you. It's not related to the external world. So
see it in poor people, don't you? Like Mumbai, you look at the people there who've got nothing and they look very peaceful.
Reason to be happy, actually. You're like, well, how's that? Because they've done research on over about $8,000 a year. Money doesn't make you any happier.
No.
$8,000 is just enough to meet basic needs and have a roof over your head and have some food and clothes and stuff like that.
Sufficient.
But beyond that, more money doesn't have any impact on happiness.
No.
In fact, it could actually be deleterious, because you got to. People say, "Oh, it'd be amazing to be a multi-millionaire." Okay, well, you just go do that then, and see how that works out. Because now you've got to manage all your money. You've got all this responsibility. You've got to manage it. You've got to make sure it's well invested. You got to make sure someone doesn't steal it. You've got to insure your assets. What a mission! Imagine having like houses around the world and boats. I mean, it's like, oh my goodness. Now you got to like manage all that stuff.
Well, I've got a sister who seems to have done very well, but I've never seen her and her husband so miserable.
Really? So they're financially wealthy, but
they've done very well, but no, they're not. She's a year older than me, and she just seems like stressed all the time.
Mm. So you're like, well, what's the point? You know, you've got this money, but you can't enjoy it. But she's
Well,
stressing about her money or her businesses or, you know, whatever.
she's built a beautiful house in Club Hill, and that was done in the COVID, and they're still sick to death of having workmen in, and now they're having troubles with neighbours and things aren't
Yeah.
working, and oh my goodness, she's really fed up.
Mm.
So yeah, you're right.
So it just shows you, you know, all the money, beautiful house, but you know,
Quite
wherever
right.
you go, there you are. If the ego's there, then you're
Yeah.
gonna suffer in your beautiful house because your mind pattern goes with you. So then,
Yeah.
you know, the beautiful house doesn't take away the ego, does it?
No.
It just makes
No.
it worse because now we've got to make it even more beautiful. I've got to get workmen in, and then
State of the art stuff.
just you know, if you just lived in a much simpler house, you might have been happier.
I know. Yeah,
Mm.
true.
A minimalist approach to life. Okay, so next one, number 6. We've got 3 more, just so you know, 6, 7, and 8. They're not too long, so they're sort of intermediate. Yeah, and 8's very short, so not too long. Let's crack on, shall we? My trust in you is greater than yours in me at the moment. Who's going to read that? Is it Aurelie?
Okay. My trust in you is greater than yours in me at the moment, but it will not always be that way. Your mission is very simple. You're asked to live so as to demonstrate that you are not an ego, and I do not choose God's channels wrongly. Oh, that's
Yes,
comforting.
Yeah.
You are asked to live so as to demonstrate that you are not a separate self, and I do not choose pure formless awareness of perfect love's channels wrongly.
Yeah. So there's a reason why you're here.
Yeah.
Nothing's by accident.
Yeah.
It's all by divine design.
Yeah. It's weird when you think about it.
Yeah. How everything in your life has brought you to this point.
Yeah.
Right now, where you're learning this. That's divine design. It's brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Reason.
It's quite amazing, actually.
It is, yeah. And our paths intersect. We've all had our journeys, and then you come together.
Yeah.
To learn the at-one-ment together.
Yeah.
And there's something amazing about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Holy One shares my trust.
The Holy One shares my trust and accepts my atonement decisions because my will is never out of accord with his.
Okay, so the Holy One is the
Remembrance
the Holy
of
Spirit.
perfect love.
Remembrance of perfect love.
The Holy One.
There's my
Shares
trust.
and accepts my atonement decision because my will is never out of accord with it.
That's,
It's
yeah, well,
it's not with it.
it's will. My will never my awareness is never out of accord with it. So maybe we want to say my awareness is the same as its. That's what he means by my will is not ever out of accord.
We usually translate the will by awareness.
My awareness is the same as its awareness. So that the remembrance of perfect love is the awareness of perfect love. We're just remembering that awareness. And his awareness is that awareness. It's the same awareness.
I have said before that I am in charge of the atonement. This is only because I completed my part in it as a man and can now complete it through others. my chosen channels cannot fail because I will lend them my strength as long as theirs is wanting. Interesting.
So that's very comforting. So, okay,
Yeah.
so you're a chosen channel. If you're studying this course like you are, you're a chosen channel for Yeshua and this Christ mind and the Holy Spirit to come into the world. And you cannot fail because I will lend them my strength as long as theirs is wanting. And so you can ask for guidance, you can ask for help, and you'll get it.
It's
And
funny
it's
because I put
extraordinary.
that in my that list of 10 thing. I am strong and put some news with it, but I'm strong is one of the value actually, to be strong always, no matter what happens. Strength is a powerful value as well.
I'm
I mean,
unshakable, really. I'm unshakable.
I love that. Yeah, that's
face.
also very
I'm
good.
unshakable in the face of whatever. I go, I am love. I remind myself, I am still that. The problem, the difficulty can't shake me off that. I go back to that. And you make that correction and then things happen. It's extraordinary. Miracles can happen because of that. Okay, so let's translate this. Summarize this.
You said miracles can happen because of?
Miracles happen when you stay true to that awareness. You stay unshakable. You go, like today, like I could have freaked out and gone, oh my God, the dog's lost. It's dark.
Yeah.
You know, what's going to, like, okay, I've got to suspend the session because he's lost and I've got to stay here and panic. And I could have got neighbors involved and gone, please help me look for the dog, and made a whole thing out of it. Or I just went, okay, so don't panic. What does it feel like? What should I do? I was like, okay, just go home, do the session. We'll do some prayer. If he doesn't show up, we'll do some prayer and you come back. You look for him later because he's in the woods. You know, he's not going to die. He can just meet you around the woods and go to sleep if he wants. Or he can find his way to the road. And, you know, there's always, you know, I could have freaked out and gone, oh my God. But I just went, okay, I'll just walk back, stay calm. And I'm like, I'm still love. And I give it to love. And I remind myself that love is still there. You know, I am love. And I consciously did that and asked for help. I said, okay, I need some help here. I need, you know, help too because there's a apparent problem. And then he just shows up.
Yeah, you were just being tested. That's all.
Yeah, it was a little test. And it's like, okay.
You're just being tested. Okay, let's see if you can practice what you teach.
Yeah. You know, it's just to remember that in the seeming difficulty. You know?
Yeah, in a situation.
There's a bit of like,
very...
why did I let him off the lead? You know, it's a bit of that like self-recrimination. But it's like, okay, but remember, I'm still love. And so don't beat up on yourself and go like, what, you know, just, okay, I'm still love. It's going to be okay. You know, there's a way. And somehow, miraculously, he just arrived. I don't know how he got in. Yeah. How would he have got in if the gate was closed?
Yeah.
Really doesn't make any sense, but he did. He just appeared. So,
well, the course also say don't try to understand the miracle.
No, it's like, okay, however, no, he just shows up. It's like, oh my God, he's right here. Oh, that's just such a relief.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Actually. Okay, my trust in you is greater than yours in me at the moment, but it will not always be that way.
My mission is very simple.
Yeah, Yeshua's.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, we're changing it. Okay.
Yeah, Yeshua's trust in me greater than mine.
And mine in him.
Than yours, yeah, than mine in him, yeah.
In
him.
At the moment.
But it
will not always be that way. My mission is very simple. I am asked to live so as to demonstrate that I am not a separate self. And I do not choose pure. And I do not choose. Oh, yeah. He doesn't. choose.
And Yeshua,
He does not, Yeshua does not choose. Pure formless awareness of perfect love channels wrongly. Yeah, that sounds better. Perfect love's channels wrongly. Yeah.
quite good we do it a second time because you just correct stuff. don't you?
Yeah.
Not choose perfect love's channels wrongly.
My remembrance of perfect love shares my trust, or shares my trust. My remembrance,
Just
or maybe we leave the remembrance. Shares my trust and accepts my atonement decisions because my awareness is the same as his. So maybe we could leave the way it is. No.
leave it as it is. Let's see.
Because it's already personalized, my trust and accept my atonement because my awareness is the same as its.
Yeah, well, he's talking about himself, then, isn't he? So, yeah, sure. The remembrance of perfect love shares my trust, shares his trust, and accepts his at one minute.
So my remembrance of perfect love shares his trust then.
My remembrance of perfect love
Shares his trust and accepts his atonement decisions.
Yeah,
Because
my awareness is the
no,
same
same
as
it, yeah.
the
As
same
his.
as
Yeah.
his. That's not-
Yeah. I've said before that I am in charge. Yeshua said that he's in charge of the atonement. Why, or is it me?
So Yeshua is in charge of the atonement.
Yeah. No, I would just go straight to because he completed
Only because
his
he
part.
completed.
Only because he completed his part in it as a man and can now complete it through others.
Okay, now
We could change that. Can now
completed through others. That's okay. So
okay.
he's completing he's
Yeah.
in charge of the atonement. So he's the first person who fully went to enlightenment, full atonement, outside of the ego mind entirely. He left that thought system entirely, went back into pure formless awareness. And so he's in charge of the atonement because he was the first one who did it. And so now he's doing it through others. So he's the teacher teaching others to awaken as he did.
Is it the first one or
Well, that's what he said. Yeah, I was the first one
before
to fully,
Buddha and the other guys?
well, that's what he said. So, okay, maybe. The first one to fully accept my my part
Okay.
in fully accepted one-ment. So, without any ego, so completely transcending the ego.
That's good.
Well, yeah, it's amazing. It's like, so to have got out of the whole system and go into awareness, it's an extraordinary accomplishment. And
that is inspiring.
he was the first. He was like in the Matrix, so there was a man who realized he could remake the Matrix as he saw fit. I mean, that's not really what Yeshua was about. Actually, it wasn't about manifestation, but who transcended the Matrix entirely, who understood that the Matrix wasn't real. And then he becomes the one who awakens others, because he's the
one.
He's the example of the awakened human being, and he's walked the path and he's done it. So he's proved to us that he can do it, that this can be done. You can escape from the ego's thought system, which is why this is so dangerous to the ego. Because it's like, okay, he's done it, and others can do it. If you follow this way, he's training you how to do it. He's giving you exactly step-by-step instructions. This is the way that I did it, so this is the way you can do it too. That is extremely threatening for that whole thought system of separation.
But isn't it interesting how you said also that he was also challenged with his family when it comes to
Yeah.
the
Mm.
family attachment and the fact that they didn't accept what he did as well?
Mm.
'Cause
Yeah, I mean, it's
I can
reported in the
relate to
Bible.
that.
Yeah, so can I. So, yeah. It seems to be that's what happens. If you look at many spiritual teachers,
Yeah.
like Yeshua, the Buddha, also, he left his family, just abandoned his wife and
Yeah.
son. He had I think it was an arranged marriage. He obviously
Yeah.
felt pretty imprisoned, like, but he had a very cushy life. I mean, he never had to work. His father was the king of the region. So he had a palace, he had servants, he had, everything that the material world could provide in that time. Arranged marriage with a beautiful wife, a son, it's like, well, why aren't you content? You've got everything. You're living a life of luxury and that most people would envy. And yet it just didn't speak to him. It didn't work for him. And so he left it. And you can imagine the drama. Oh my God, this Siddhartha, he's left his wife and his child and he's gone off to become some ascetic and he's roaming, in the forest and he's starving himself. His father must have been beside himself. But, that was his call. He felt like he had to go do that. And as a result, Buddhism was born and it's helped hundreds of millions of people to lead more peaceful lives. So
Yeah.
can't say he was wrong.
Yeah.
In doing that, but from the separate self perspective, he was wrong. It would have been like, oh well, how can you do that? You can't abandon your family and
It is
not.
hard when it is hard when you don't get encouragement and support actually from the people around you. It's quite a massive challenge actually.
And maybe one of
you
the
can
hardest.
only rely on yourself for that, to achieve your purpose or to follow your heart and follow your purpose.
Well, I mean, not entirely. So the spirit's there always. This presence of love is always with you.
Yeah, that's true.
And you have a spiritual community. This is an online spiritual community where you've got people who are all awakening of like mind.
That's true.
And so they become your family, your spiritual family.
Yeah, that's true.
Sangha, they call it, the community that supports you in this. It's like, we're with you. We're going to help you, support you. We're not going to criticize you and judge you and try to, prevent you from awakening. We're going to encourage you. And then that's powerful because you realize I'm not alone. There's other people like me, and I can meet with them every day, and I can get, hear their stories and understand that everyone's going through stuff, and everyone's got, typically the awakening ones are surrounded by those who are not awakened. Typically, if you're living a sort of normal life in a normal family type, they are awakening, and the people in the environment are not necessarily. And so they're facing that challenge of, well, how do I deal with that? And so, we have a teaching now from Yeshua, and he's saying, look, you trust me, and I'll show you the way.
Yeah.
And then you have a community that's sprung up around it to support that, and that's all, powerful. I mean, if you want to build a community, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just join this one and let's work together and grow it, because it's not really about anyone owning it. It's just it's a community that the spirit is guiding those who are ready for it.
Yeah.
Will come. Those who have a resonance, that the spirit will direct them here. And it's about guiding them into this course and program and the community, so that they can awaken, so that it supports them in that journey. And there must be hundreds of people, maybe thousands around the world who could benefit, who are studying the course or want to study the course. So it's just, okay, well, let's put it out there and find them, and they're out there. So
you've never joined the Community Miracle Network, the one that do every Wednesday the meditation and
Yeah, I did it once. I did. I was a facilitator once, and that's actually how this whole thing kicked off.
Yeah.
Because as a result of that, I met Sue and John and a couple of others. But Sue and John were the ones who stuck, and they did my course in June 2 years ago. And then as a result of that, they referred to Sally and other people. But Sally was then key in referring a whole lot of other people. And so it all started there. But then I got banned. They said, no, you can't do it anymore. Because I'd done the Vipassana retreat. They said, no, we only allow people who are pure course teachers. And I told them, just as a matter of courtesy, I told them I was going to be away for 10 days doing a Vipassana retreat. And the lady said, okay, well then you can't. She didn't tell me initially. You can't then guide meditations, or if I was going to do workshops and stuff.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it's the ego.
But that goes completely against the
exactly.
Course
of course it
teaching.
does. Yeah, it goes that they've got a policy. This is their policy. She's applied the policy of the organization. And so I appealed. I said, look, guys, can you please look at this, because it's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm a dedicated course teacher and student.
Yeah.
I have been for many years. I happened to do a Vipassana retreat because I wanted to experience it.
Yeah. And it's good. It's part of meditation. It's nothing wrong with it.
So this is a crazy decision.
It is.
And they just said, no, we've made our decision, and so so be it. And I asked the leader, or the guy who founded it, a guy called Ian Patrick. I said to him earlier this year, I said, look, it's been a year. Come on, could you have another look at it? And I'm going to London. Could we maybe have a coffee? Let's talk about it. No, it's closed shop. That's it.
Really?
So,
oh my God.
well, it's a lack of forgiveness, isn't it? And they don't want to be wrong. So it's like, okay, we've made the decision. We're going to stick by it. And sorry, right. And I could, one of those meditations kicked off this entire process, just one.
Yeah.
Imagine if I could do it every few months, and I could do. Because they've got a whole network of people who might benefit from this, but they're stopping it because I can't get access to the network.
Wow, that's crazy. It goes really against what the course teaches.
Of course it does. I pointed that out. I said, how can you say you're a Course in Miracles organization which teaches forgiveness, and now you're excluding me on separation and exclusion because I chose to do a Vipassana retreat. Surely that's my business. I want to go do a retreat, and I feel that that's helpful for me. Like, how can you say then I'm not a pure enough course student?
And if they actually look into what Vipassana is, it's actually to purify your mind.
It's the same thing.
It's the same. It's to
he
purify
even
your
says
mind.
there are many paths. There are many paths back to God.
Wow.
And this is just one of them. So
I'm really surprised.
It's in the course. Well, yeah. It's anyway. Why don't we? I just thought, why don't we start our own network? This is an alternative. Start another program. And
that's what they're encouraging. They're encouraging separation.
Yeah. So okay, we start our own, and people can join. It was a charity. This isn't a charity, but expand it, get it out on social media, and start all those people. You can find them. Everyone in the Miracle Network, they're out there. They're on, So if you create a big enough, a footprint, people will find you. They'll find you anyway. I don't need the Miracle Network.
Yeah.
So that's mine. I'm just going, okay, whatever. If you guys don't want to do that, doesn't make sense. But okay, well then fine. Create your own. Let's create our own.
Yeah.
And make it bigger, better, more transformative. This is actually a program that can really change someone's life, not just dipping in the.
But what doesn't make sense is that even most people sometimes, or some of the people that have been facilitators or are facilitators there on their network have actually done so many other
Exactly.
processes as well
You're saying they're all just pure course people, and none of them have dipped into Buddhism or any of the other teachings. Come on, of course they have. Everyone's been on a
Yeah.
path, but
Wow. Okay. Oh well.
so be it. You know, I think what happened is that the lady who made the decision, she was a volunteer based on their policy. Obviously, she was applying their policy, so they felt like that to back her up. Okay, we've got a policy. You've applied the policy. We can't say you were wrong because you did what we've told you to do, even though the policy was actually incorrect. But that's been our policy. So now we can't go, oh well, actually we were wrong. Let's abandon that policy. We've got to stick to the policy. So there's a ego identification with policy that doesn't really make any sense.
Rules.
Yeah, it's a rule. This is what happens with organizations. Is now you get rules and you get policies, and all of that is a limit, a block to the awareness of life's presence.
Yeah.
Because what would love do? Love would have gone, okay, that's fine, John. You did a Vipassana retreat, and if it was helpful and beneficial for you, which it certainly was, I had actually all of this was born out of that. Pure formless awareness. That's where the phrase came. I was like, I had the experience that I was like, how do I describe that? Well, it was just pure formless awareness, and there we go. So, who are they to say that was wrong? How can you say that I shouldn't have done that when it was evidently directed? It was all directed by the Holy Spirit, which doesn't know about denominations. The Holy Spirit doesn't go, oh well, that's Buddhism, so that's not okay. It doesn't work like that. It's all truth. It sees the truth everywhere, and
it doesn't even look like even the people who started the course have actually studied it or are studying it like religiously and like very strictly. I don't know. I wonder.
who are you talking about?
Judy Scotch and her daughter who have brought the course out as well with
Yeah. Well, Judy Scotch has passed away, so she's dead.
Really?
Yeah.
When?
She died a couple of years. Don't know. A couple of years ago, maybe.
Huh?
Ken Wapnick's gone. Judy Scotch is gone.
That must be recent because I thought she was on a Miracle Network event not long ago. She was invited, I think, or did what? Yeah, last year. No.
Yeah, Memorial. There you go. Memorial Foundation for Inner Peace, 19th of October, 2021. So it was last year.
Yeah, because I remember I saw her.
2 years ago. 2 years ago. Yeah.
2021. Oh wow, it's so weird. I thought I saw her on an event online actually.
Yeah, 2021. There we go. So
Unless
2
they
years
were
ago.
maybe honoring her or doing something, an event to honor.
Yeah, well, it was a memorial. Yeah, Memorial Foundation
maybe.
for Inner Peace.
Maybe they did an event, but I thought she was a speaker. At
All of those original, there were 4. It was Judy Scotch.
No, it was
Helen
her daughter.
Gold.
Sorry, it was her daughter. Sorry.
The daughter, yeah.
It was her daughter, actually.
Well, she
Wasn't, I think it's
passed away.
recent. Sorry?
But she passed away.
Wow. Interesting.
So it's a new generation. It's up to us. It's like, okay, well, they did their thing. That was their job was to bring it into the world and establish it. And it has become, an established spiritual path, and many millions of people know about it. So now it's okay, we'll take it to another level. And why couldn't this go out to hundreds of millions of people? If it was done correctly, it could potentially grow to reach and touch many people's lives. So that's the new generation of light workers, miracle workers. It's our task to take it out and bring it into more
people.
Bring it into much more awareness and make it much more accessible. I think the course. I mean, it's brilliant. The text is amazing, but to access it and to really understand it and start applying it and making it a living teaching. So it's not just, we rock up every So every week to our course session, and we read a bit. It's like, okay, so we have a couple of hours and we have our cup of tea and we have a chat, and then off we go. And, we don't really practice very much until the
Well,
next,
you don't
maybe we-
even talk about the understanding of it. So, yeah.
And I looked at all that. And
But
I was
it
like,
is nice.
does that really
It
cut
is
it?
nice to be able to read it. But actually, for me to understand it, actually would be more beneficial to read it on my own, to really grasp it, actually.
Well, this process, that is about helping people to understand it.
No,
So the
no, I'm saying
translation.
this, but I'm saying other groups who just read the
Hmm.
book without talking about what we understand by this text or this passage of the text, or if you just read, I don't know, it's kind of sometimes hard to understand what you read, especially because you read with people that don't necessarily read at your own pace, especially me, I have sometimes to stay on the sentence to translate it properly, accurately in my mind. So, I guess, it's a process.
So this is a deep dive, we're doing a deep dive, and then the recordings are all there. So someone in future years, they can listen to this and go, okay, so I want to really explore this particular section. Okay, well, there's a 3-hour recording. Go and you can really go and explore this and get a much deeper understanding of it. There's a translation, and it's personalized, and there's a meditation on it, the personalized summary, so it's like, okay, all these tools to help you to understand it, not just read it and go, okay, well, I kind of got that. I mean, you could read this, it's 8 paragraphs. You could read it in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. You could read it in 5 minutes, 8 paragraphs. Okay, there we go, read it. But what kind of understanding you're going to have? Not necessarily great.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 6, Yeshua's trust in me. Do you want to read that?
Yeah. Yeshua's trust in me is greater than mine in him at the moment, but it will not always be that way. My mission is very simple. I am asked to live so as to demonstrate that I am not a separate self, and Yeshua does not choose perfect love's channels wrongly. My remembrance of perfect love shares his trust and accepts his atonement decisions because my awareness is the same as his. Yeshua is in charge of the atonement only because he completed his part in it as a man and can now complete it through others. My chosen channels cannot fail because I will lend them my strength as long as theirs is wanting.
So my chosen, so he says he is, sorry, the last one. So he is in charge. His chosen channels cannot fail because
his chosen channels cannot fail because
he will lend them his strength as long as theirs is wanting. So that's personal.
Lend us.
I, as his chosen channel, cannot fail. I, as his chosen channel, cannot fail because he will lend me his strength. He will give me his strength.
As long as it's wanted, as long as I want it.
As long as mine is wanting. So we can call upon
as long as mine.
Yeshua.
Wait, what does mine represent here? The strength.
Yeah, my strength. Yeah. As long as mine is wanting.
My strength is wanting. Or willing. My strength.
Wanting means it's lacking. It's lacking, maybe.
Okay. Yes.
As long as mine is lacking.
It will give
chosen
me
channel cannot fail
as mine is.
Give me his strength. As long as mine is lacking.
Or when mine is lacking, then no? When?
Give me his strength.
When mine is lacking.
When mine is lacking. Yeah, it's okay. I, as his chosen channel, cannot fail because he would give me a strength when mine is lacking. So
Yeah.
you can ask for help. It's like, okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, help me. I generally don't ask Yeshua. I ask Spirit. It's like, okay, I need some help here. Guidance. Because it's a presence. It's not a person. But for a lot of people, they find the idea of Yeshua quite comforting. That there's this person, because it's kind of more personal, isn't it, than just the Holy Spirit. So
I
there's
don't
this
know, because
person.
I never really related to Jesus, actually. Only when I was a kid that I was brought up as a Catholic and had to do catechism. But through my life, I only prayed when it's interesting because I only prayed when I was going through like very challenging times. And I prayed to God, I prayed to Jesus, and they answered me. It's interesting enough. My prayers got answered both times when I was really going through difficult times. But it's interesting that maybe I still had the faith within me, but not really practicing it like religiously, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't been applying or practicing the trust and faith, like religiously. And maybe that's why I'm being, reminded here this is the only way. This is the only way to get to love, to perfect love. I think that's, I mean, praying or having the intent at least to get to the atonement or to the truth of love, perfect love.
Yeah. Okay, so what is he saying in number 6? Just brief summary.
Well, that Yeshua trusts in us and more than we trust in him. So it's really relating to what I just said, actually. My experience. It's true that he trusts more in us than we trust in him. And he's telling us that our mission is very simple, that we just have to I guess follow his guidance as he's chosen us to be who he is, what he's reached. Telling us to accept our atonement through his I guess it's calling in a way. It's like it's through his what's the word? Yeah, he's calling us to do the same as he's done. So we just have to accept it. Since he's been in charge of completing the atonement. Or he's been not in charge, but he's been chosen as well to complete his part. So now he can, complete ours or help us reach ours.
Yeah, he's the way shower. So I am the way, the truth, and the life. The only way to the Father is through me. So most Christians say, oh, well, then that's, he's the only Son of God. You have to believe in him. But actually, he's really saying, it's a misinterpretation. He's really saying the only way is the way that I'm showing you. Right? So you don't believe in me, just follow the way that I show you.
Yeah.
I'm the way shower, which means you got to walk in my footsteps. You got to become like me, not just believe in me, worship me, pedestalize me, become like me, do the work to become like me. Well, that's a whole lot harder. You've got to become the Christ. You don't worship the Christ.
But you see, that's where it's a bit of worshiping there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's set up. One chap, this Greek owner in Sea Point, in Cape Town. So did you ever go to? There's a place called Ari Souvlaki. Did you ever go there?
What's it called?
Ari Souvlaki. It was a lovely restaurant in Sea Point, which served Greek food. Anyway,
I'm not sure.
In Sea Point, in the main road in Sea Point. anyway, so this guy was he's a Greek owner, and quite, was into the Greek philosophy and Socrates and Plato. And I had some interesting conversations with him. And he said, "How dare they?" He said, "It's blasphemy to say that Jesus is a god. He is like a demigod. That's blasphemy." I remember very clearly. I was like, "Yeah, you're right. Actually, they put him on a pedestal, and now he's become like a demigod, and he's worshipped. So we worship Jesus, and that's not what his message was at all. He said, don't worship me. He said, become as me. I am as you, and you shall do these things and even greater things than I have done." He said it. I mean, it's in the scripture, and yet they still worship him because it's easier to put someone on a pedestal and go, he's the Son of God. He did it for us. So it's really easy. All you've got to do is believe in him. He died for your sins, and then you're home.
Yeah, but it reinforced the separation.
Well, it's just bollocks. It's not true. You've got to do the work. You've got to correct your mind.
It feels like it keeps you separate to believe that.
Yeah. It's just not a true belief. But you can understand why they did it, because it's like, well, that's easy. We're going to try and make it really easy. The shortcut to salvation. All you've got to do, he did it for you. You just got to believe in Jesus. He's done all the work for you. So roll up to our church, salvation guaranteed. Come in and, for people who are gullible and willing, they'll go. They'll go, okay, well, that sounds like a good deal. So, all I've got to do is show up in church every Sunday and, of course, pay my tithes to the church. That's very important because there's a whole system, there's a whole business model there. And then I'll be okay. Jesus has saved me. That's what they're telling me. So I'll choose to believe that. So I don't really have to do the work myself and really look at my own ego and undo it. And I just have to, believe in this false belief system. And so I can be unkind to people. I can treat them how I want, and that's okay because I'm saved by Jesus. It's all right. I've seen it. It's just,
I know people who do that. Yes, I know.
And so I don't really have to look at myself. I can just say, well, I'm saved, and that's okay. No work, and I don't have to raise myself up to his level, which is, it's a lot of work, isn't it? It's challenging. I've got to. You tell people you've got to become as Yeshua was. Probably most of your congregation would leave. They go, "That's impossible. I can't do that." He was the Son of God. He was the ultimate. I can't do that. I can't become like him. I'm just little poor old me who's just human with my stuff. And so they don't teach that because they wouldn't have much of a congregation.
Yeah, exactly.
People would leave.
Yeah.
I'll go to another church. No, I don't like your message. So no, we'll go to another church. We've got a pastor what we want to hear. So that's why there's not many people on this path, because it's not what the ego wants to hear. Okay, so happy with that. What he's saying there is, just I've chosen you. It's not by accident. Chosen you to live in this way to demonstrate the truth and not be a separate self. And I will guide you, and that I will lend my strength. I will lend you my strength as long as yours is wanting. Okay. So number 7.
I thought it was finished.
No, it's 8 paragraphs.
Oh my God, no, I feel like I need to go to sleep now.
Come on, 2 paragraphs.
Come
and
on,
the 8th one is really
what about
short.
the other ones that have dropped the call already?
Well, they just went. They don't say they're going. They just leave.
I know, nobody says because they're...
Well, because I might say, hang in there.
Exactly.
So they just say, okay, I'm gone. Anyway,
right,
come on, let's finish.
Go.
2 paragraphs, not a big deal. We'll no chit chatter. We won't chat about
I
other
feel
stuff.
like I'm being the people pleaser now.
Stay with me already, otherwise I got to do it on my own.
Yeah.
I will go with you to the
go with you to the Holy One. Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
go with you to the through my perception. He can bridge the little gap to the remembrance of perfect love. Because if we actually stay focused, you can do each one quite quickly. Doesn't have
Okay,
to.
let's do it quickly then.
Right. But you got to stay focused and not go off on tangents.
Exactly.
We'll go with you to the remembrance of perfect love, and through my perception, it can bridge the little gap. Okay, so that's a gap in your mind. Your gratitude to your companion is the only gift I want.
Companion, we changed it with.
Brother was the original. Gratitude to your brother.
Oh,
So your
okay.
gratitude to everyone. It's better. Gratitude to everyone is the only gift I want. So he doesn't need our praise. He doesn't need gifts from us. He wants us to be truly grateful to our all of our brothers for what they offer us, because they offer us the chance to see ourselves and to correct our own misperceptions. Okay, so I will bring it to God for you, knowing that to know your brother is to know God. So I will bring it to pure formless awareness of perfect love for you, knowing that to know your companion is to know pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay? So to know anyone truly is to know. Okay, so if you truly know them, then you know God. That's why this bizarre belief that you can know God. I told you about that later. So no, I know God, but I don't love you. It's bizarre. Like, you can't do that. If you don't love your brother, you can't love God, because you don't understand what love is.
Yeah.
Knowing that to know anyone truly is to know pure formless awareness. So this is how you come to know God, by loving your brother. Unconditional love is the pathway to God. If you are grateful to your brother, you're grateful to your companion, you're grateful to. So we keep that as singular, knowing that to know anyone truly, if you're grateful to. I quite like anyone, doesn't it? If you're grateful to anyone, you're grateful to
Yeah.
pure formless perfect love for what it created or extends. In your gratitude, you come to know your companion, and one moment of real recognition makes everyone your companion, because each of them is of your Father. And we can keep that maybe. To know gratitude, you come to know someone. So that needs to be a singular. You come to know your companion. Come to know. And one moment of real recognition makes everyone your companion, because each of them is of your source. Each of them is of, means comes from source. Okay, so love does not conquer all things, but does set all things right. So love doesn't conquer, love doesn't crush, love doesn't overcome, but it just sets things right. Because you are the kingdom of, kingdom is the state, you are the state of pure formless awareness. Kingdom of God, you're the kingdom of pure formless awareness. I can lead you back to your own creations, to your own extensions. You do not recognize it now, but what has been dissociated is still there. Okay. So I kind of read that for you. So let's just do, I will go with you. So Yeshua will go with me to the remembrance of perfect love, and through his perception, through my perception, he also is talking about himself, through my perception, through his perception, it can bridge the little gap. Your gratitude to everyone is the only gift. So my gratitude to everyone is the only gift he wants. He will bring it to pure formless words of perfect love for me, knowing that to know. He will bring it to God for me. Gift I want. So I will bring it to God for you. Bring the gift of gratitude. Knowing that to know your brother is to know God. Okay. So I'll bring it to pure formless awareness of perfect love for you, knowing that to know anyone truly is to know pure formless awareness of perfect love. If you're grateful to anyone, you're grateful to pure formless awareness of perfect love for what it extends. To your gratitude, come to know your companion, and one moment of real recognition makes everyone your companion, because each of them comes from your source. Love does not conquer all things, but it does set all things right. So, through my gratitude, hang on, I'm in the wrong one now. My gratitude to everyone is the only gift he wants. He will bring it to a formless awareness, a perfect love for me, knowing that to know anyone truly is to know pure formless awareness, perfect love. And I am grateful to anyone. I am grateful to pure formless awareness of perfect love for what it extends, because they are its extension. So you're grateful then for the extension. Through your gratitude, you come to know your companion, and one moment of real recognition makes everyone your companion, because each of them comes from your source. Okay? And love does not conquer all things, but it does set all things right. One moment. Through my gratitude, come to know my companion. One moment of real recognition makes everyone my companion, because each of them comes from my source.
Each of them comes from my source,
Yeah.
not from source.
What was the original? Your source. So we just translated your to my.
Okay.
It's my source. It's also their source. Your father, your source comes from my source. Love does not conquer all things, but does set all things right. Because I am the state of pure formless awareness. Because my true state, is pure formless awareness. He can lead me back to my own extensions. Those extensions are what we create, what we extend out. I do not recognize them now, but what has been dissociated is still there. Okay, do you want to read that from the top? Make sure it all makes sense.
Yeshua will
Summarize.
go with me to the remembrance of perfect love, and through his perception, it can bridge the little gap. My gratitude to everyone is the only gift he wants. He will bring it to pure formless awareness of perfect love for me. He will bring it to pure formless awareness of perfect love for me. Knowing that to know anyone truly is to know pure formless awareness of perfect love. If I'm grateful to anyone, I'm grateful to pure formless awareness of perfect love for what it extends. Through my gratitude, I come to know my companion, and one moment of real recognition makes everyone my companion because each of them comes from my source. Love does not conquer all things, but it does set all things right because set all things right. Because my true state is pure formless awareness, he can lead me back to my own extensions. I do not recognize them now, but what has been dissociated is still there.
Yeah, so he can, it's Yeshua can, because I can lead you back to your own creations. Okay, so Yeshua, recognize them now, but what has been dissociated is still there. Okay, so what's he saying in summary there?
That Yeshua can take me to perfect love, to the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Can take me there or guide me there.
And the gratitude is a big important part about gratitude to your brother.
He said if I'm grateful to anyone, then I'm grateful to his love or to pure formless awareness of perfect love that it extends.
Oh. So as we treat others, so we learn to connect with God.
Yeah.
Which is why the 2 commandments are love the Lord your God as yourself. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul, number 1. And then the second one is love your neighbor as yourself.
But that's the reward of God when you do that as well. It's the reward when you're grateful for everyone and
yeah. Exactly. So then we experience it and we come to know God, which is our own true awareness through our love of them. That's why we need to be indebted to them, if you remember the beginning, because they offer us the opportunity to experience pure formless awareness of perfect love through our relationship with them. And so they, through relationship, we connect to God. And that's one of the key ways that this course teaches to do that through your brothers. You do it.
Yeah, our mirrors.
Yeah, they can also obviously push your buttons and show you the ego, but then that's also perfect because then you've got to let go of that and remind yourself of the love that's still there.
Yeah, I feel like I still have a long way to go.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah,
just never know.
You never know.
You could be a few hours away from a massive spiritual awakening. So
no, you're right. Actually, you're right. Absolutely, that's so true.
So just keep working. That's all you can do. Keep on the path.
Yeah.
Doing this process and this practice. Okay, so number 8, last one, short paragraph. as you come closer. Do you want to read that?
As you come closer to a brother, you approach me, and as you withdraw from him, I become distant to you. How come the what's underneath there is not the same? Oh, it's a different one.
Oh, right. I haven't. I didn't copy and paste that correctly, so we can probably fix
I was
that.
like, this is not the same interpretation.
No,
Alternative
no.
text, I mean.
Not the same. Yeah. So let's just go find that. Yes. As you come closer to a companion, you approach me, and as you withdraw from him, I become distant to you. So as you become closer to anyone,
You approach
you
me.
approach closer to anyone, comma, you approach me. He's talking about himself. As you withdraw from anyone,
I become distant to you. Oh, okay.
So awakening salvation is a collaborative venture.
Awakening is a collaborative venture and cannot be undertaken successfully by those who disengage themselves from the extension, because they are disengaging themselves from me. Pure formless awareness of perfect love will come to you only as you will give it to your companions. Learn first of them, and you'll be ready to hear pure formless awareness of perfect love. That is because the function of love is one.
Okay, so pure formless awareness, God will come to you only as you will give him to your brothers. Pure formless awareness of perfect love will come to you only as you will give it to everyone. As you give it, you receive it. That's the law.
Yeah.
You give it, and then you experience it in the giving of it. Kind of self-evident. It should be obvious, but the ego doesn't like these laws because they deny its thought system. Learn first of them, and you will be ready to hear pure formless awareness of perfect love. As because
And
the
if
function
people don't want love, if people don't want it.
No, the ego doesn't want love. Because love will undo it. So of course it will tell you it wants love. No, but it's special love. I want special love. But I don't want divine love. I don't want the love of God. Because that's going to undo my separate self. And I rather like my separate self.
No, but how
Like
do
to
you
keep-
deal with people who don't want your love? Like even people you meet anywhere in the streets or anywhere.
It's okay. You just bless them. I love you anyway. You don't have to love me back. I can just radiate that out and give it unconditionally. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want it? That's all right.
Yeah.
I don't have to force it upon you, but I see the pain and the suffering. That person is just in illusion. They actually need correction and healing, not judgment and condemnation. They're just in their separate self, and they've denied love.
I used to do that and say that all the time when I remember when I was in South Africa. I was like,
What?
bless you. I used to say that, bless you. May you be blessed. Or even still now, I say blessings or bless you when generally when it's someone's birthday, blessings, because some people celebrate their birthday and they expect you to wish them a happy birthday, like family and stuff, friends. So I'd rather send my blessings.
Yeah. Okay, so let's
Because you can send blessing every day. A birthday is only once a year.
yeah.
Well, actually, we literally born every day, every morning when we wake up.
Yeah.
Most
As you
people
come closer to
most people don't understand the real concept of birthday. We are reborn every day. Every day is an opportunity to be reborn.
True. Okay, so let's finish this. As I come closer to anyone,
Oh, we finished already.
you approach me. I approach. So as I come closer to anyone, I approach
You. Or perfect love.
How would we say I approach my true self?
Okay, that's also good. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you could say I approach my pure form. No. My true self is good.
Yeah. And as I withdraw from
Or
anyone,
withdraw from anyone, I become distant to my true self. Or I become distant to it, maybe, since we said it.
it becomes more distant to me. I approach my true self, and as I withdraw from anyone, how about it moves away?
Yeah.
Or I move away. It doesn't move away. I move
I
away.
approach my true self. If I come closer to anyone, I approach my true self.
I move away from it.
And as I withdraw from anyone, I move away from it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Awakening is a collaborative venture. Cannot be undertaken successfully for those who disengage themselves from extension. Okay, so I cannot undertake it successfully. I cannot awaken. Cannot awaken if I disengage myself from the extension.
Can we not put a different word there? Extension? Oh yeah, unless you were going to put something else on the
It
extension.
was the sonship, I think. The original was the sonship, from the sonship.
Okay.
It's the extension of perfect love.
Yes.
So disengage, yeah. So disengage myself from
The extension of perfect love.
extension of perfect love in all its forms, maybe we want to say, because that's what the sonship means. It's everything.
Okay.
Extension of perfect love in all its forms, because I am disengaging.
No, but we already put if I disengage myself.
I cannot awaken. Just read the sentence from the top. I cannot awaken if I disengage myself from extension of perfect love in all its forms, because then I'm disengaging themselves from me. Then I'm disengaging because I'm disengaging myself from
others. No.
my true self. How about we go disconnecting? That's good. And I'm disconnecting myself from my true self. Cannot awaken if I disengage myself from an extension of perfect love in all its forms.
Yeah, that works.
Because I'm disconnecting myself from my true self.
Yeah.
When I do this.
True self, and do you put it in italic as well? Because you put in italic above.
Yeah, I'm disconnecting true self, right? So I might want to go and correct that. Disconnecting from my true self when I do this. We don't actually do italics here. In the alternative, we don't do italics. It's just a clean.
Okay.
It's a clean text.
Oh yeah.
What comes to you only as it's a pure formless awareness. True self when I do this. Summarise
There's a number
perfect love
3
will
as well,
come
the
to
number
me.
3 above that needs to be removed.
Okay. Performance awareness. Perfect love will come to me only as I will give it to everyone.
Only when I give it to everyone.
Yeah.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love will come to me only when I give it, or once I give it to everyone.
Yeah. When I think.
When?
When I give it to everyone. So learn first of them. And so
What? Learn first of them. If I learn
if I
first.
learn
Them.
first of them,
Who is them?
my brothers, give it to everyone. If I learn first of them,
Okay.
I will be ready to hear pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so I can't hear that ultimate love, that ultimate awareness, if I can't do it with my brothers.
Yeah.
If I learn first, maybe from them. If I learn first from them, I will be ready to hear pure formless awareness of perfect
Yes.
love. Because the function of love is one.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay, so read that from the top. It's quite short. Summarize it, and then we're done.
As I come closer to anyone, I approach my true self. And as I withdraw from anyone, I move away from it. Awakening is a collaborative venture. I cannot awaken if I disengage myself from the extension of perfect love in all its forms, because I am disconnecting myself from my true self when I do this. Pure formless awareness of perfect love will come to me only when I give it to everyone. If I learn first from them, then I will be ready to hear pure formless awareness of perfect love, because the function of love is one.
Okay, so what's he saying there? Summarize that quickly. What's he saying?
Well, when I can give love to everyone, when I can give love to everyone, then I know I'm close to my source, or I'm connected to my source, basically. I'm connected to my true self. And I can connect to source.
That awareness, it's only an awareness of perfect love. If I can't love my brothers, then I'm blocking that awareness. That awareness arises when I love them. So unconditional love connects us with our source, and this ultimate pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's how we can start experiencing it in this world. So everyone offers us the opportunity to do that, to experience God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, in our relationship with them. That's why we're indebted to them. We owe them a debt of gratitude, because they allow us to connect to this ultimate source. Okay. So happy with that? Any questions, comments?
Nope.
Okay. Do you want to do a meditation on it, or do you want to call it a night?
What time is it now?
It's 12 o'clock your time.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Just give me a few moments. Give me 5 minutes. I've just got to go put the dogs out and have a wee and stuff. So go do whatever you need to do, and we'll convene in 5 minutes for a meditation. Okay.
Okay.
See you shortly. Okay. All right. Be back already.
Yeah,
Are you with me?
yeah.
Okay. So let's do a meditation, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start the recording again. Okay. So just making yourself comfortable, sitting in your favorite meditation posture, feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. And a subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Blowing the stomach up like a balloon. Pinching your sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Pull the energy up your spine into your heart center. Just putting one hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. And then draw it up into the crown of your head. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. Just observing whatever's going on there, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, any attack thoughts. Practice today's lesson one more time. So you say, I can escape from the world I perceive by letting go of these attack thoughts about whatever. And giving up attack thoughts about, and then name whatever it is and let it go. Blow it out to the breeze of your breath, to the nothingness that it really is. So you just change your mind. And now into this clear, calm, empty space, spacious awareness. You just these words from today's section. This is the personalized summary of it. Just allow these words to drop into your awareness. Feel into them, absorb the underlying energy, the frequency of them. And just watch your breath to help you to keep your mind very still, calm, surrendered. So there's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, just be here now. Allow these words just to permeate into your awareness. And keep watching your breath to keep your mind in this still, calm, clear, empty, spacious awareness to receive these words. It's an empty vessel. Only an empty vessel can receive truly. And say these words in your own mind to yourself as I say them. So it becomes an affirmation. You're affirming the truth as expressed in this section. It becomes much more personal, applicable to your life, not just talking about general truths. It's something that's you're affirming, you're claiming it, committing to it by saying these words in the first person. So my separate self, say to yourself as I say it, my separate self does not recognize the real source of supposed threat. It perceives as spirit, pure formless awareness, perfect love. And if I associate with my separate self, I do not understand the situation as it really is. Only my allegiance to my separate self gives it any power over me. And Yeshua has spoken of the separate self as if it were a separate thing acting on its own. This was necessary to persuade me not to dismiss it lightly and to help me realize how much of my thinking is directed by my separate self. However, I cannot safely let it go at that. I will necessarily regard myself as conflicted as long as I believe that I'm here. My separate self is nothing more than a part of my subconscious belief about myself. My other life has continued without interruption and will always be totally unaffected by my attempts to dissociate it, to dissociate from it. So your true life, eternal life, life of your true mind in pure formless awareness continues. Still there in your mind, but just dissociated from it, and you created a false self. False reality to go with that self. An illusion. So in learning to escape from illusions, my debt to everyone is something I must never forget. Here's the same debt that I owe to Yeshua. Whenever I act egoically, I'm throwing away the graciousness that comes from my indebtedness and the wholly aware perception it produces. The term, quote, wholly aware can be used here because as I learn how much I'm indebted to the whole extension, I come as close to knowledge as perception can. the gap between knowledge and perception is then so small that knowledge can easily flow across it and remove it forever. So God takes the final step, just merge into oneness. And we've corrected our perception to a high degree, which is what we're doing now. So I have very little trust in my true self as yet, but it will increase as I turn more and more often to it instead of to my separate self and guidance. Results will make me more and more convinced that this choice is the only sane one I can make. And I learn from experience that one choice brings peace and joy, while another brings chaos and disaster. I will not need additional convincing. Learning through rewards is more effective than learning through pain, because pain is an illusion of my separate self and can never have more than a temporary effect. However, I can immediately recognize the rewards of perfect love as eternal. They are permanent. Since this recognition is made by me and not my separate self, my recognition establishes my true self cannot be the same as my separate self. The fact that I believe I must escape from my separate self shows that I'm still not convinced of this. I cannot escape from my separate self by humbling it or controlling it or punishing it. My separate self and pure formless awareness do not know each other. My separated mind cannot maintain the separation except by dissociating. Having done this, it denies all natural, truly natural impulses, not because my separate self is a separate thing, but because I want to believe that I'm separate. My separate self is a device for maintaining this belief, but it is still only my decision to use this device. It keeps it in place. So I desire a separate self. Desire to be separate, I have to invent a separate self to actualize that desire. So it's just a device made by the mind. Confuse itself. How can I be taught the value of something I've deliberately thrown away? I must have thrown it away because I did not value it. It can only be shown how miserable I am without it and slowly bring it nearer. So I can learn how my misery lessens as I approach it. This teaches me to associate my misery with its absence and my happiness with its presence. Gradually it becomes desirable as I change my mind about its value. Yeshua is teaching me to associate misery with my separate self and joy with pure formless awareness. I've taught myself the opposite. I'm still free to choose, but can I really want the apparent rewards of my separate self when I can have the rewards of perfect love instead? Yeshua's trust in me is greater than mine at the moment, but it will not always be that way. My mission is very simple. I'm asked to live so as to demonstrate that I'm not a separate self. And Yeshua does not choose perfect love's channels wrongly. You are a channel of perfect love. So my remembrance of perfect love shares his trust and accepts his at-one-ment decisions because my awareness is the same as his. Yeshua is in charge of the at-one-ment only because he completed his part in it as a man and can now complete it through others. I, as his chosen channel, cannot fail because he will give me a strength when mine is lacking. Breathe that in. I, as his chosen channel, cannot fail because he will give me a strength when mine is lacking. So, if I need his strength to do anything, I can just call upon his, right? He is the awakened one. He is the way shower who awakened, showed us all the way. So Yeshua will go with me to the remembrance of perfect love, and through his perception, it can bridge the little gap between knowledge and perception. And gratitude to everyone is the only gift he wants. He will bring it to perfect love for me. Knowing that to know anyone truly is to know a formless awareness of perfect love. So if I'm grateful to anyone, I'm grateful to perfect love for what it extends. Through my gratitude, I come to know my companion. One moment of real recognition makes everyone my companion. But each of them comes from my source. Love does not conquer all things, but it does set all things straight, all things right. Because my true state is pure, formless awareness. Yeshua can lead me back to my own extensions. I do not recognize them now, but what has been dissociated is still there. So as I come closer to anyone, I approach my true self, and as I withdraw from anyone, I move away from it. Awakening is a collaborative venture. I cannot awaken. I disengage myself from the extension of perfect love in all its forms. Because I'm disconnecting myself from my true self when I do this. Pure, formless awareness of perfect love will come to me only when I give it to everyone. If I learn first from them, then I will be ready to hear pure, formless awareness of perfect love, because the function of love is one. So when I'm willing to see it in my brothers, feel the unconditional love for them, so just rest in this loving function, loving awareness. Remind yourself that I am love. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. And surrender. To the stillness, silence, beyond all illusions, into the truth. True self that you are, one with Yeshua, one with the Christ mind, one with the mind of God. So any thoughts, emotions that come up, particularly any attack thoughts, that was the theme of today's lesson. Just look at them, remind yourself, I can escape from the world I perceive by giving up attack thoughts about whoever or whatever. And you blow them away with the breeze of your breath. Dark clouds leaving you. So nothingness they really are. Going, gone. Oh, stomach into the spine. Spell the last remaining air out. And just rest here in this deep peace and stillness, beyond all anger, and fear, hatred, and attack. Lies your true self. Beyond your separate self lies the truth of who you really are. So just abide in that self, rest in that loving awareness. Say, I am love, or I am loving awareness. So just coming back, this deep state gently into an awareness of your body and the breath and the senses in the world. And on the count of 3, you go open your eyes. So 1, breathing in, you notice the stomach rise and the chest rise and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind. Again, notice any attack thoughts. Can be frustration, irritation, anger, fear. It's also an attack thought. And just say, I can escape from the world I perceive by giving up attack thoughts about. And then let it go. Blow it out. Letting it go, surrendering, releasing, going, gone. To the nothingness that it really is. Lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest in this peace and stillness. For a few moments, notice the weight of your body. Now on the count of 2, pressing down into chair, feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling. Your hands, maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Notice all this from this very still, calm, and surrendered place. No judgment of what you're perceiving. Just allow it to be there. Very peaceful, very calm awareness. If you're not interpreting and labeling and judging things, then it's very simple awareness. And so now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, just observing whoever's in the room around you. As you look around, just remind yourself that I can escape from the world I see. My body's eyes by giving up attack thoughts. The entire world can disappear, go back home into pure awareness, away from all these illusions. So just anchor yourself into this awareness, this knowing, this knowledge of the truth. Allow that truth to guide you, so take you into deep sleep and on into tomorrow in this awareness. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and tonight's session. Thank you, Aurelie, and namaste. All right. Night then.